We are live, so I'd ask everybody to please join me for our anthem, followed by a moment of silent contemplation. Okay, thank you. And thank you for joining us this morning. I guess you're all over the place. Is anybody near my farm? I got some hay you could bale this afternoon because I won't be able to get home. So I'll look for a show of hands and volunteers later in our agenda. With that, I'll look for the roll call from my clerks. Jonathan.
Thank you, Warden, and good morning, Council. We have all members of Council in attendance virtually today, so you have a quorum. Thank you, Warden.
Perfect. Does anybody have to leave early? I'll look for a show of hands. Councillor Snell.
Thank you, Warden, through you, about 12:15.
12:15. Councillor Locks.
Yeah, I'm hoping to be done by 12 if we could.
All right. Any other hands? Councillor Hamlin.
Thank you. By 11. Thank you.
Right. Councillor Smith.
Noon, Your Worship.
Noon as well. Okay. Well, it's a pretty straightforward agenda. We may make that deadline. Let's see how it goes. So I'll look for the approval of the agenda. Councillor Dolan, if you wouldn't mind.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning, everyone. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Brian Smith that the agenda for the August 11th, 2026 meeting of County Council be approved.
Any questions on the agenda? Not seeing any, so all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Do I have a disclosure of pecuniary interest by any member of council? Certainly, if you find yourself in that situation later, please declare it at that time. I'm not seeing any at the moment. Consent agenda or presentations and delegations, I have none, but the consent agenda, Councillor Burkett, do you have that, sir?
Yes, good morning, Your Worship. Moved by myself, second by Councillor Norcross, that the Council Communications and Proclamations June the 23rd, 2026 to August the 10th, 2026 have been given due consideration be received.
Any questions on the proclamations, comments? Not seeing any, so all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And adoption of the council minutes and confirmation of committee reports. Deputy Warden, please.
Good morning, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor LaRose, that the following council minutes be confirmed and adopted. Joint County Council and Committee of the Whole minutes for June 23rd, 2026, and Joint County Council and Committee of the Whole confidential minutes, June 23rd, 2026.
Any questions arising from the minutes? I'm not seeing any, so all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Presentations and considerations of Committee of the Whole. We didn't have any. It was a combined meeting last time. Presentations of special committee reports. Deputy Warden, we have the Governance Committee.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Brian Smith, that the recommendation contained within the following Governance Committee report dated July 29th, 2026 be approved. Governance Committee meeting of July 29th and the Governance Committee meeting confidential of July 29th.
Okay, thank you. The only thing I'll highlight in the governance committee, I'm sure you've all read it, but we are proposing to change the name of the warden. Now will be Simcoe County Chair, as we've been kind of included in with the regions. They have regional chairs, so the new position will be Simcoe County Chair. We're retiring the robe, we're retiring the hat. It'll be a new chain of office. This one has quite frankly run out of space anyway, so it'll be a new updated one. And we've changed the procedure bylaw. There'll be no more all rise when the warden or the chair comes in the room. We'll just start the meeting like many of you start your own meetings at home. One thing we did enshrine in the procedure bylaw that wasn't there before will be the national anthem and the moment of quiet contemplation. So that's actually been put in. It was never there before, so we've actually put that in the procedure bylaw as part of our routine. I hate to lose the national anthem. Any other questions on governance? Councillor Fryer.
Thank you, and you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Warden Clark. And I wanted to start by saying I appreciate the hard work of the committee and staff. No one wanted to be facing this difficult timeline we have to work with. As such, I'm just going to move right into outlining. I was hoping to make a minor amendment in regards to recommendation Gov 2626 in item 6.1 of the Governance Committee report. I would have liked to have provided this ahead of time for review with Clerk McGill, but got caught up with a much longer meeting yesterday than expected, and it included discussion on the matter. Clerk McGill has been helpful with calling with Clerk Amos on some inquiries I was going over with her in preparation for yesterday. So she had circulated those to me. So my amendment is based on an understanding I have that currently alternate members are only given access to materials when they are going to be attending a meeting. I'd like to propose that included with the procedural bylaw updates that you just mentioned, and they're outlined in Gov 2626, there be a required change to allow for alternates to be provided access to the Simcoe's agenda management software. If I understand it correctly, that would allow for alternates to be basically circulated with the same communications that the mayors will be next term. So essentially exactly the same as is done now for the mayor and the deputy mayor as county councilors. So no change next term to circulation numbers. Again, sorry for the lack of notice about this, Clerk McGill. I certainly will get your response, please, on it, and just summarize that my intent is to make sure an alternate doesn't have to go looking for a public agenda or can't view in-camera detail from a previous meeting, which I am thinking is the case right now. So I'd ask if I could, through you, Warden Clark, if my understanding is correct, and if that amendment or motion, whatever it needed to be, could be done.
So what we would do, I believe, Jonathan, is pull that item, and then we'll pass the rest of the committee, and then come back to that one, if that's okay. If there's no, yeah. So is there any other questions on the rest of the governance? And then what we'll do is pull that item for a separate vote. So we will pass it with the exception of 6.1. If there's no other questions, can I have a mover and a, oh no, I guess we did have a mover and a seconder. So all in favor? Okay, that is carried. So now we'll put 6.1 on the floor, and I think, Jonathan, you captured some of that, did you, the motion? The concern I would have, Councillor, would be the confidential. You're getting confidential information for a meeting that you wouldn't be attending. But I certainly wouldn't have a problem with access, you know, even with emails and information that wasn't confidential. But I'll open it up to the floor. Councillor Cox, I saw you had your card up.
I may misunderstood or not heard Councillor Fryer, but we don't know that the deputy mayor will be the alternate. So it would just be, if we decided to do it, it would be the alternate, which I would think that the mayor would probably forward or anyway, that was my one concern. I think it should state alternate. And I'm not sure about, I agree about the confidential, but I don't know. Anyway, thank you.
Councillor Burkett and then Councillor Corbell.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. Anyone can access our agendas, and I have concerns with a member that may not be sitting, or the alternate not be sitting, as you do, Your Worship, with the confidential portion. The agenda goes out a week before, everyone can access it. So they can read it other than the confidential part. So I won't vote in favor of it.
Councillor Corbell.
Thank you, Warden. Just on that piece, as the alternate, we can't actually look and know what meetings they will actually be attending. So the information that comes to a member that sits at county council regular, I think it should be made available to them. And I'm going to frame this in a manner that maybe makes more sense. By not providing them the fulsome information for the meetings, including, I would suggest, confidential documents, it puts them at a bit of a disadvantage if at the next meeting, certain confidential documents are relied upon in order to determine, an additional discussion. They would be at, kind of a disadvantage. So maybe if they're not going to be given access to the actual confidential documents, there should be some mechanism in place that the regular member who does have access, you're leaving it up to them, I guess, to coordinate sharing those documents with their alternate. I kind of am of the mind that if they are alternates and sitting at county council, that really they should be provided the same information as the regular member, especially since there's going to be probably more times that the alternate will be attending than there has been in the past, because we've had 2 members sitting at council instead of 1. So just kind of putting that out there with respect to them having appropriate access to information so that they can come to meetings and be prepared like we always try to be.
I do believe that's our practice now, though. If there's a confidential item or one hinging, we do, if we know an alternate's coming, we do get them the background information on a one-off basis for whatever issue that they've announced that they're going to attend for. Did that cover it, Jonathan? And any relative information we make sure they have when we're aware they're coming, but only for that one issue, right? Councillor Gordon.
Thank you. We deal with this all the time at our own municipalities. If a member doesn't make one of our meetings where there's an in-camera session, we don't go and brief them later on what was discussed. They missed that. And that does put them at a bit of a disadvantage if there's future council meetings that rely on that in-camera discussion. We don't go in camera again to rehash the stuff. It's the way it happens. So I can see Councillor Cabral point that it does put them at a bit of a disadvantage. But they've always had that disadvantage, and they have that at the local municipality as well if you're out of that loop. So if the county continues to link relevant in-camera documents to a future agenda item, then that disadvantage is negated largely, other than they wouldn't have heard the first round of debates that may have happened on that item. But the past is the past, and we're dealing with things as they land on our plates. So I don't feel that like in our we really haven't used our alternates that much. I guess just out of luck, good health, what have you. And I do feel bad that the alternates are largely out of the loop, which is why I was hopeful we would see them participating in committees and having more activity at county level. But when we get to discuss, I guess we aren't even probably going to discuss that one, but I can see the staff's rationale for not involving them greater, which is unfortunate. I think the alternates are always going to be at a bit of a disadvantage. It's just the way it happens.
Thank you. Councillor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. To Councillor Gordon's point, when talking about our own municipalities, there's 7 people, 7 voices, 7 decision makers at that table. And now with the reconfiguration of county, we only have 1 that represents our community. So I would agree with the amendment to the motion. And I agree as well with Councillor Cox's point that it should just be referenced as the alternate, the selected alternate versus a specific person or role, as ultimately that would be the decision of the mayor. But I feel like myself, if I'm chosen as the alternate, I'm going to be reading every agenda, reading every minute, reading every report, so that should I be called upon, I am ready to be an active voice at the table rather than just a token seat holder. Thank you.
Any other comments? I will just add to what Councillor Gordon was saying. I know at home when we have a highly sensitive matter, especially a court case or a personnel matter, it's a handout in our in-camera meetings and we turn it back in at the end of the meeting. So if you're not at that meeting, you don't get the handout, you don't see it because, you know, sometimes, as they say, leaky ships, and if it's highly sensitive, we make sure we gather that material up after a meeting. So Councillor Fryer, anything you'd like to add?
Thank you, Warden Clark, and thank you to everybody for their input. I will just quickly clarify that when I made the mention about what currently is happening with councillors and deputy mayors getting circulated, and it would be the same in the next term, I was meaning alternate and mayor, and only in numbers. I wasn't referring to the position, so I can see the confusion I caused for Councillor Cox. And regarding the confidential, alternates take the oath. I don't see any particular reason why the information can't be shared in the same way. It just comes down to, I think the alternate position going forward in the new single voting member format, the alternate needs to be more engaged, and we should try to make sure that they can get information timely and as easily as the sitting member. So I appreciate the consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan, anything you want to add? And then I'll look for a seconder for your amendment.
Sure. Thank you, through you, Warden. So, you know, protecting confidentiality of council materials is of the utmost importance, obviously. As the Warden mentioned, our current practice is to make sure that an alternate attending in place of a member is fully informed of the items they might be encountering when attending a meeting. So we do disseminate confidential information to an alternate on a case-by-case basis. If we were to look at the topic of alternate members being provided access to confidential material and sort of incorporating that into the procedure bylaw, we could come back to the next governance committee, but I likely don't see a scenario where staff will be recommending any sort of blanket access to confidential information. That's one technical limitation we do have with our agenda management software. And so I don't foresee us changing our process in any way than what the current practice is of providing that alternate member confidential material on a case-by-case basis. And certainly if that alternate member has any questions, staff, senior management here at the county are happy to work with that member and make sure they're fully informed coming into the meeting.
Okay, so I'll look at the amendment. You'll move the amendment, Councillor? I would need a seconder for that amendment if we're going to table it. Councillor Snell, are you second? Yeah, so I do have a mover and a seconder. So if there's, go ahead. We'll get a clarification here from the clerk.
Thank you, through you, Warden. So as I understand, I'll look to the, maybe the Warden can look to the mover and seconder here. I have that the topic of alternate members being provided access to confidential material be referred to staff for potential inclusion in the working draft procedure bylaw.
Councillor Fryer. Oh, yes, he just put the yes up. So happy with the motion. Any other comments on the motion? All in favor? Okay, all opposed? I believe that's defeated. I'm getting confirmation that that's defeated. Okay, thank you. If there's any other amendments, Councillor Measures, I see your hand up.
I think my hand went up because the software detected my raising of my hand. Sorry.
Oh, okay, no worries. So then I'd look for the motion to receive. Do you have a motion for it, Jonathan?
Yeah, through you, Warden. So the motion from 6.1, the main motion there, it was moved by Councillor Measures and seconded by Councillor Evans at Governance Committee. So if that mover and seconder are okay still, 6.1 is now on the floor.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? All in favor? Opposed, if any? That is carried. Thank you. Presentations and considerations of county officers' reports. I have none. No motions of which notice has been given. No notices of motion. And no closed session on the council agenda. So we would look to move into committee of the whole. So I'd like a mover. Moved by Councillor Michael Smith, second by Councillor Cox. The council recess into the committee of the whole at 9:21 a.m. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And roll call just very quickly, Jonathan. We can wait to see if our city reps are coming in. Yep.
Thank you, Warden. Through you, we're joined by the city reps now as part of Committee of the Whole. In addition to the members of council in attendance, we're joined by Aurelia Councillor Durnford, Aurelia Councillor Fallis, Aurelia Mayor McIsaac, and Barrie Councillor Nagusi. Barrie Mayor Nuttall and Barrie Councillor Rietma are currently absent. You have your quorum. Thank you, Warden.
Okay, thank you. And if I don't see your hand up, please just make some noise. I've only got 25 people on the screen at any given time, so we have to scroll through to find everybody. So with that, I would go to the approval of the agenda. Councillor Dolan, please.
Thank you, Warden. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Snell that the agenda for the August 11th, 2026 meeting of Committee of the Whole be approved.
Any questions on the agenda? And I'm not seeing any, so all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Do I have a disclosure of pecuniary interest by any member of council? Again, if you find yourself in that situation later, please declare it at that time. Presentations and delegations, we have none, but performance management, we'll start off with Councillor Chairman Evans. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Your Worship, and good morning, Council. Hope everybody's having a good summer. Just one item today under Archives, Performance Management with regards to Simcoe County Archives operations for Q2 of 2026. If anybody has any questions, I believe our Chief Archivist, Matthew Fells, is online as well. So any comments or questions, Councilors? Look at my next screen. Being none, can I have a mover, please? Moved by myself, pardon me, a little rusty, and seconded by...
Actually, you're chairing, sir, so you can't move.
Yes.
Yeah, you're chairing, Councillor Evans, so you can't move at this case.
No, I can't. I'm getting all confused here. So there we go. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Van Staveren, thank you very much, and Councillor Locks. A motion is that item CCW 2026-213, dated August 11th, 2026, regarding Simcoe County Archives operations in Q2 of 2026 be received. All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you very much. The motion is carried. Thank you, Your Worship, and I'll pass it back to you.
Thank you. And Chair Measures, if you could take Human Services, please.
All right, thank you very much, Your Worship. Good morning, members of council and committee. Perhaps Mr. Chair, Mr. Warden, if you would be able to monitor for any hands coming up, because I don't think I can do that. I also have just 25 on my screen, so we'll make this a cooperative effort here as we get through the Human Services section. So again, we're at section 21, which is Human Services. We do have two consent items on our agenda. The first one is a letter from the Township of Ramera regarding integrated living and participation for adults with developmental disabilities. If there's any questions on that, or the Simcoe Muskoka District Health Unit Annual Report for 2025. Does anyone have any questions on those two items? All right. I'm not seeing any. Then I will look for, I'll ask for the mover to be Councillor Brian Smith and then Councillor Leduc, and that the following consent items having been given due consideration be received. If there's nothing further, I'll call the motion. All those in favor? I believe that carries. Thank you very much. Moving on in our agenda, we're now at 22, which is Human Services Community Housing. Now we do have a presentation here that GM Mina Fayez-Baguette would like to bring forward. So at this time, I'll turn the chair over to GM Fayez-Baguette. Mina, you there?
Thank you, Chair Measures, and good morning, Council, and good morning. Yes, this is a presentation on Phase 2 development at Zoo Park in Wasaga Beach. And we're going to have our program supervisor for housing development, Michelle Hanlon, run through a presentation and be available for questions after. The report does request us to continue our planning stage and continue to get it to shovel ready while we still try to secure additional funding and explore additional opportunities for revenue that would help alleviate the cost of this development. So this is not the approval for the funding pocket in the full development progress, it's the approval to continue the planning stage and become shovel ready. So I'll hand it over to Rashad Hamlin. Thank you.
Good morning, Committee of the Whole. Patrick, can you please go to the next slide? So the presentation is going to generally provide some of the background information to bring us to where we are today, give a description of the proposed project, outline the affordability of the proposed project, identify next steps and the estimated timing of this project, as well as outline a communication plan, and then be ready for questions from Council if there are any. Next slide, please. So as you may recall, County of Simcoe went out to our member municipalities, the call for proposal in 2024. The town of Wasaga Beach submitted a proposal to Simcoe County for consideration, which included an additional parcel of town-owned land at the back end of 175 Zoo Park, which is currently owned by the Simcoe County Housing Corporation. That at the time, the town requested that that site be considered for an additional 100-unit building in addition to the existing 99-unit building on that property now. The 99 building was construction of phase 1, which was completed in about 2020. The proposed phase 2 of 175 Zoo Park is in alignment with the county's 10-year affordable housing and homelessness prevention strategy, and is in line with the prioritized housing table that was approved by the Simcoe County Housing Corporation last fall. And as well, implementing phase 2 on this property would be an opportunity to optimize the existing site, which has infrastructure on it already to potentially accommodate another building. Next slide, please. For Council's consideration, 2 options were designed for this additional parcel of land. Option 1 is comprised of a 4-story building with a total of 102 units. Most of them would be 1-bedroom units, a couple of 2-bedroom units, which may be used by a senior couple or a senior that requires some in-care. And then 2 guest suites that can also be used in emergency situations for those that need housing. The proposed mix of affordability ranges from 80 to 120% of the average market rent for that area. Mostly would be in the 80% AMR. As well, in the 4-story building is proposed a ground level community and social service administration space. And the design is proposed to be compatible with the existing building on that site. Next slide, please. As you can see in the illustration on this slide, the second building has been inlaid with the existing building on the site, with the additional land portion to what would be the right of the slide included in this. As you can see, the existing site has a lot of parking already, has some infrastructure on there that can be extended to the second building from Zoo Park, as well as the amenity areas. In total, option 1 would provide 191 residential and visitor parking spaces for a total of 201 affordable housing units. There would be sufficient parking spaces for the administration office portion and visitors, as well as many spaces for active transportation, bicycle and scooters, and the existing playground and raised garden beds would stay. Next slide, please. This is the sort of elevation and site analysis drawings that were created in support of option 1. They demonstrate that the height of the building would not cause any significant overshadowing or oversight into the neighboring lower density dwellings to the, that would be the south of this building. Next slide, please. Option 2 is essentially the same footprint with 2 extra stories on top. Those additional 2 stories would provide for 155 units, including 1 and 2 bedroom units, as well as 2 units for guests and emergency use. The balance would be the same as option 1. 80% would be 80% AMR, with the balance being 100 to 120% of the average market rent for that area. And as well, it would also have the ground level community and social administration space and would maximize the land parcel. So including some density and height as opposed to ground floor area. Next slide, please. Again, a similar illustration, which shows the conceptual site plan with the 6-story building on it. A bit more parking, as you can note in this left of the top wing of the proposed phase 2 building. With both buildings on this site, it would be a total of 254 affordable units, sufficient parking space for residential and visitor parking, as well as admin space and bicycle and scooter spaces. And also the existing playground and raised garden beds would be maintained, and the existing walking path would be extended throughout the site. Next slide, please. Again, we have the site analysis and the elevations on this slide. Similarly, due to the existing topography of the existing residential neighborhood, there is sort of elevated landscaping that would separate the 2 residential uses. And when we put in the first phase of this development, we put in very large and mature coniferous trees. So those are well established and would block any potential oversight into the neighboring backyards. Next slide, please. The rendering of the proposed social and community office space for option 1. It's quite similar to the social and community service office space that was constructed in Bradford. With the same layout, staff there gave very positive feedback on that. And so we have tried to replicate that because we know it works well for them. Next slide. Here's some illustration of the proposed suite layouts for both options. The 1-bedroom is a similar layout to existing Simcoe County Housing Corporation builds, which is a bit different in this one would be the 2-bedroom corner unit with the existing layout of the emergency exits and fire separation. This layout provided an opportunity for some 2nd-bedroom suites in the corner units of this building, which seemed to work out quite well in both designs. Below is a pie graph of the proposed unit layout, or sorry, not layout, but mix, which you can see are mostly one bedroom, which is reflective of the demand and the regional demographic. Next slide, please. Both options would have a tenant common room with a direct access to the tenant laundry room. This feature has been included in recent Simcoe County Corporation Housing Corporation designs, and has also received positive feedback from the tenants that like to access both the common room and the laundry room at the same time, as well as the rooftop patio amenity area, which has been incorporated in the Aurelia and recent Bradford buildings, and has been quite favorable with the residents as well. The residential portion of this building would have a secure separate entrance from the proposed administration space. And also, which has also been well received in recent builds, is the community program room and community kitchens that could be made available to local agencies or clubs that wish to use that program space. Also included in both design options would be a secure indoor bike and scooter storage area and indoor garbage and recycling room. Next slide, please. As mentioned, both options provide an affordability mix of rent based on the average market rent. Included in this slide is the breakdown of the proposed number of units and the AMR that would be part of the operational pro forma for this building if it were to be approved. And then below is the table of the current average market rents for the town of Wasaga Beach area. Next slide, please. Next steps and estimated timing. The report recommends that staff proceed with planning approvals and detailed design. And this would proceed through the rest of this fall. That would bring us in an opportunity to submit planning applications to the town of Wasaga Beach early next year. At the same time, staff are also recommending that a larger inventory of the regional housing properties be evaluated to determine if there's any financial options there to reinvest in existing buildings and or potentially include any redevelopment as part of this financial pro forma. And then if funding and the financial models are subsequently approved in a later report by council, then we would hopefully be able to go to construction in 2028, providing a 2-year construction timeline. Next slide, please. As with all Simcoe County Housing Corporation housing developments, there is a communication plan. Ongoing communication and updates occur with the tenants on the property and with the neighbors, as well as with the town of Wasaga Beach, to try to coordinate the planning application process, as well as the public consultation process. The county will host a community open house to share information with the neighbors and existing tenants, as well as dedicate a specific website to provide additional information and updates on the proposed phase 2 affordable housing project, and as well try to maintain clear communication with council, public, and the town, as well as stakeholders throughout the proposal. Next slide, please. That is a high-level overview of the proposed phase 2 development at 175 Sioux Park. Brad Spiewak is with me here today, the Director of Facilities Maintenance and Development. If the committee has any questions, we are both here to take them. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Rachel. And I want to acknowledge that Brad Spiewak is there with you. Brad has very good knowledge of our building. So committee, if you have any questions about this proposal and this recommendation, we'll take them now. Perhaps Mina Fayez Baguette can also be available to answer any questions. So I'm looking across the across the room here and seeing if anybody has any questions about this exciting recommendation. And I see Councillor Leduc. Please go right ahead, James.
Thank you, Chair. And I only have one question. It's exciting to see this, and I appreciate that. And the buildings we do build are quality buildings. We referenced a couple of them in Orillia and Bradford, and they are exceptional builds. My question would be, and my concern would be, we have two options of floors, a 4-story and a 6-story, and I know we got a building apparently on that site already. So, Mina, do we see any issues with the 6-story being that the foundational cost to put it from 4 to 6? Do we recognize any issues on that site that could be, land compression? Have we done any test holes to see if this is a viable option? I agree with using the property as best we can, building as much affordable housing as we can, but I just want to make sure that we're not getting into a position where the cost could really overrun the building overall to pick up an additional 50 suites, I think it is. So just questioning if we know anything about the ground for that area.
Good question. Go ahead, Mina.
Through you, Chair Measures. Thanks for the question, Councillor Leduc. I'll ask Director Spiewak to speak to the structural foundation question. But generally speaking, for the purposes of this report, moving forward to just design phase, we are designing on the larger structure. And then the decision point of which option would be coming back to council regardless, but just to make sure that our permits get through, we're making sure that they're through at the larger size. But Director Spiewak can probably speak specifically to the foundation.
Yeah, through you, Chair Measures. Your microphone.
Yeah, your mic's working, Brad. Go right ahead.
Yeah, through you, Chair Measures. To Councillor Leduc, we're getting connected.
Yeah, it was working fine, actually.
You're off. Yeah. Sorry about that, everyone. Yeah, through you, Chair Measures, to you, Councillor Leduc. We actually do have full soils work that was done on phase 1, as well as we've actually started and done some basic boreholes for phase 2. So the good news about Wasaga Beach is it's, as we know, lots of sand, and actually the bearing capacity of the sand is very good. The only thing we do compete with in Wasaga Beach is a very high water table. So what we do there is, unfortunately, there is a bit of a dewatering cost. But again, it's fairly well known what we have to do there. And like I said, definitely no basement in this. It's fully slab on grade. And really the only thing below the ground essentially is the footings that can get wet later on in the elevator pits. So we call it bathtubing. So the elevator pits get completely waterproofed, and really that's the only thing that remains under the ground into the area of the water table. But bearing capacity, we have lots of capacity for.
Great news. Thank you very much for that. James, you good? Thank you. All right. Committee, I have Councillor Hamlin, Councillor Snell, and Councillor Cabral. Yvonne, you want to go next?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I was just wondering, we have so much space, I guess I should say first, I'm so impressed with the county buildings and these projects that are moving ahead. And my only question is all the common space that we're providing that I'm guessing we wouldn't normally see in apartment buildings. And what cost analysis is done on these compared to if we could put units in them? And I also recognizing there's long-term maintenance issues that we'll have to have staff to look after. I guess I'm speaking from the point where we just need so many units. And when I see a large common space, I just wonder, what the thinking is behind that as opposed to having units. Thank you.
Good question. Thank you. Mina, how about you kick that one off?
Through you, Chair Measures. So thank you for the question, Councillor Hamlin. So a couple things. Through the different iterations of grants and funding programs, actual community space or common space is required when we're developing these type of community buildings. Ironically, it used to be the opposite, where they would only fund you for the units and not the common space. But the different grant programs are now pointing towards trying to create more usable space that goes beyond just living, housing, amenity space. The other component to the common space is we are mixed income communities offering above average market rent rates for some of those units. So we do have to provide or deliver on a space that, you know, gives us a more viable financial structure, which requires us to give these amenities or include amenities as common rooms and meeting rooms and community rooms. And third, I think like the long history of our old community housing stock that lacks the space and room results in clients being isolated without services on site. All of these new builds are designed to have more and more services on site to try to support clients, especially those who are vulnerable or isolated or can't connect to family and friends and services. So those are kind of the thinking behind it. To answer the question about could you fit? I know in some of our builds we've designed, not particularly for this one because it's kind of like a bump out on the community, the social and community service space. But for sites where we take like first and second floors, they're still designed to be converted to units if there ever needed to be an opportunity to intensify or create more space, especially on the platforms like in different designs we've done in the past. But this was a bit unique because we are kind of like actually adding the space outside of the residential components. It's like a bump out, not necessarily cannibalizing space that could be used for units. And I don't know if Director Spiewak can maybe sprinkle in some more on that design piece, but that's generally the thinking that we've undertaken.
Yeah, thanks, Median, through you, Chair Measures. Yeah, certainly we have done dual designs. There really is a good example where the second floor, we actually put in all the plumbing and the windows and the HVAC that it could be configured either as units or commercial, depending on where the need was. The only other point I would add is that, and it goes back to the mixed income and also the financial model, the rental revenue from the commercial spaces is significant. In some cases, it's almost double what the rental revenue would be, residential rental revenue at affordable rents. So it is also significantly helping the performer of the building. So it does kind of go hand in hand with trying to make the building more sustainable, in addition to all those social elements that Mina's pointed out.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Hanlon, anything further?
I'll just say, thank you for that explanation. And, this isn't the meeting to delve into the details of this, but I can definitely see the need for a sit down just generally about these buildings and, how many units and, how can we deal with the common space? And, I know it's all money, but anyway, there's so many ways to get common space, especially when you have a large parking area and not compromise on the number of units. But anyway, for now, thank you so much. I totally understand. Thank you very much for those questions. Good topic, and you're right. Perhaps something we can have a discussion with the committee later on. Thank you. Councillor Snell is next, then Cabral, then I have Brian Smith. Go ahead, Tanya.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, just a couple of questions. First of all, I'm very much in favor of the recommendation, being, obviously very familiar with the property. Going higher is better in order to get that utilization. For the guest suites, are they studios or are they one bedrooms? If you could explain that first, please.
Mina, would you take that?
Through you, Chair Measures, I think Director Spiewak probably has a better position to answer the details on the guest suites as well.
Director, please.
Yeah, through you, Chair Measures, and thank you for the question, Councillor Snell. Yeah, they absolutely are studios. And the reason we do that is we also keep cots available. So if it was an emergency suite, there would be a fixed, usually double bed that's in there. But if it was a family that needed to come in for that night or two stay of a fire or a flood or all the various things that happen, we're able to roll out essentially cots for the children then. And that way it does keep a fairly flexible open floor plan for whatever family composition is needed.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Tom.
Thank you, Chair. Just have a couple of others. On the proposed option 2, what is the square footage of each of the units? I didn't see that in the diagram, like from the one bedroom corner unit and 2-bedroom unit option. Please.
So through you, Chair, I would ask, I think Director Spivak and Rochelle are just getting that for you, Councillor. They can probably share some details on a ballpark on the square footage of those type of units.
Yeah, you, Chair Measures. Slight difference with the larger ones, but typically the one bedrooms are all around 600 and 5 meters square. And this building only has 2 bedrooms. We don't have 3s. They're typically around 900-ish. You know, give or plus or minus 50. Yeah.
My apologies, Director Spivak. I missed the first part of that. Perhaps my internet is lagging.
Yeah, no worries. Approximately 600 square feet is what we are for a 1-bedroom. And that's about as small as you can go to meet aging in place and accessibility, just given the various turn radii that are required. And then approximately 900 square feet for the 2 beds.
Okay. And I've brought this up before in regards to studios. And I'm hyper aware of this right now because I'm relocating my daughter in her student housing. And so we've been looking at apartments in Toronto, and the one that we've accepted is 350 square feet studio. It has a generous kitchen, lots of storage, lots of natural lighting, and a big open space that you can customize in many options. I just wonder why we're not looking at that in order to, Councillor Hamlin's point, get as many units in as possible to get more people housed.
Yeah, through you, Chair Measures. A lot of discussion has gone into the actual how small can the unit size go. So the thing to remember on this one, this was primarily a seniors building, and with aging in place, it gets very difficult. You know, 550 square feet, that's about as small as you can go to still meet all the, you know, the reasonable clearances for wheelchair or mobility aids. The bathrooms get quite large, and we find often the kitchens are actually getting smaller, but the bathrooms are getting larger for the various requirements that are in there. So again, student housing going to be a little bit different. The mobility of them, you know, for the most part should be better. But for a seniors building with aging in place, you know, we can always look at making it a little bit smaller, but to get below about 550, it starts to get very difficult to meet all the accessibility code compliances that are required.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Measures, I think you're muted.
Yeah, my microphone's been on again, off again. I don't know why it keeps coming on and off. But I'll tell you what, we'll go right to George, and we'll all have to try to pay attention because I think there's some internet problems here. Go ahead, George.
Thank you, Chair. And quickly, I guess for me, it's always trying to maximize the number of units that we can put in place. So my question would be, with respect to the 4 to 6, going from 4 to 6, does that provide any cost correlation as units being less the more you put in place? Because a lot of it, like the foundation, the elevators, the heat vac systems, they'll be sized to the overall building size, but those extra units, do they bring the cost per unit down for us? So in other words, the more that we can put into the building, does it actually reduce the cost per unit, considering that there are certain components to the structure that are going to be put in place anyway? So I guess that would be my question, because you know, it's nice as we're hearing right now to put in as many units as we can, you know, for the affordable housing, for the seniors to do that. So that would be my question. Thank you.
Mina and Brad, which one wants to take that?
Through you, Chair Measures, the upcoming report should should give you kind of a breakdown of unit cost. There is generally it's almost an apples to apples comparison when you go from the from the original number, adding the 2 floors. I think you see a little bit more as it intensifies into like a much higher density. But I think, like our financial analysis is that you do capture some savings, but it's not like something where it cuts the unit price in half or anything like that. I think if I recall correctly, and maybe Director Spiewak and the team could answer on this in specifics, I recall correctly, the difference per unit cost was still within the same realm of like costing, maybe a difference of a few $100s per a few $1,000s per unit. But he can confirm a little bit more on the specifics. But it's not something where like it would, make a massive change. Really the difference is the analysis we're doing here is in order to leverage other properties in and around the neighborhood that we own and maybe be able to garner additional revenue for this build, we would need additional units to be able to absorb any relocation of clients that are impacted by the other properties that we may want to use in a different way. That was kind of the thinking on the intensification, and of course it's still, again, creating more affordable units per capita, like in the town of Wasaga Beach. Maybe Director Spiewak can speak a little bit to the numbers, but I do think, like, I remember seeing the comparators where it's slightly less, but maybe Director Spiewak can confirm that.
Director?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor Cabral. Yeah, you are absolutely correct, though. It does go down. Everything you've identified. So you're taking those elevators. The elevators don't cost very little more for the additional 2 floors, but you're spreading that cost over a bunch more units, generators, HVAC equipment. The other bonus you do pick up is on material. So if you think of, kitchens, toilets, bathroom vanities, you're increasing all those quantities. So often there's, the buy in bulk and save, so to speak, kind of kicks in. So as Mina said, it's not a half rating, but certainly, is it, 10-ish%, but it does make a difference and it does help. Especially if you can keep the units the same, the more units you stack up identical above and below one another, and you keep those floor plans, we do see labor savings costs a little bit as well, because those same trades they know they're doing the same unit over and over and over again, kind of thing. So we do see a bit of a labor pickup as well. And the construction schedule decrease, which again, time is money more than ever in construction. So that also comes into play in a favorable way.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, George. Final question I see is from Councillor Brian Smith. If there's any others, please indicate your hands. I see Councillor McDonald is next. Okay, so Brian, go right ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everybody. So a couple of things have been asked and answered, but I think it's important just to add to it. And Councillor Hamlin brought up a really good point, I think, on the common area. And so when I look at this project, I look at the common area that's in the existing building that's here. It's quite large. I don't see it used as much as I'd like to see it whenever I'm around that building. I've hardly ever seen it other than for us maybe to meet in it. But I do know that they do get used. And so because this is a second building on the same property, I'm wondering if we couldn't share the common area in the first building, and which would allow us to get more units in here. And to Councillor Snell's part, I get the aging in place. I get that it's going to be more geared to seniors, but the real focus here, I think, at the end of the day for all of us is to make sure that people get housing and we get people off the streets and we help people have a better quality of life. So I really think it's important that, we do sit down and have some discussion sooner rather than later. With respect to unit sizes and perhaps that we need to start really thinking about or installing more, suites that don't have bedrooms, that we can build more suites in a home and get more people into housing. I can tell you that if personally, if I was going to be homeless versus having a suite that maybe didn't have a bedroom, I'd be more than happy to take that suite. And of course, it's only going to be more affordable. How much, we don't know. That could be up to the experts. And let me be clear. I'm not condemning what we're doing here. I just think that we have a real dilemma here and a crisis, a pandemic or an epidemic, if you will, around homelessness. Every one of us are facing this in our communities more and more every day. And the more we can get folks, we can get off the street and into, or even out of really, really poor housing conditions into a better housing condition, I think the better we are for what it is that we're trying to accomplish. So I think those were excellent points, and I think we really need to start looking at this. I'd like to see us start looking at this with this particular building and use it as an example. If we could share that common area and change that space even into suites. I don't know if that gets us 5, 7, 10 more units, but every house for a person that is going to be homeless makes a difference. It matters. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. I'd like to go to GM Mina Fayez-Baguette, but I would comment that, again, we are receiving a report here about just moving this forward in the planning. And so this is an opportunity for us to consider the planning. So Mina, do you have any further comment to that?
Yes, thank you, Chair Measures and Councillor Smith. You're not wrong at all about trying to intensify and create more options for people, but I do want to just gently remind everyone, our 10-year strategy is not a development strategy. Development's only one small portion of the goals. For the 20,000 households we plan to help in the next 10 years, now 9 years, only around 1,000 are developed units. The rest go into income subsidies, rent subsidies, preventative applications, reutilizing our properties, infilling with modulars. So we do have a whole slew of approaches. When we're talking about mixed income communities, including Zoo Park 1, which was not originally designed that way, we need the amenity space in order to generate the revenue to balance the operating costs on the new buildings. However, that doesn't preclude us from introducing over 1,000 rent supplements for those who are experiencing homelessness to get housed in basement apartments and small units and in roommate scenarios and things like that. The purpose of this affordable housing development is one component of that larger continuum of housing that we discussed. This is why the seniors portfolio and what community housing from the last 30 or 40 years have taught us, inaccessible units causes zero movement on your wait list. People who are aging in place find themselves in hospital rooms or living in different types of inappropriate health-based systems because they don't have accessibility to return to. What I don't want to do is create for us small units that are not accessible that result in an aging population having zero affordability to live in with accessibility. So what we're trying to do here is balance those needs across the board. And our demographic tells us that still Wasaga Beach has a large aging population. And if you recall, most of our seniors buildings don't even have elevators. So we have people stuck in units inappropriately and unwilling to relocate because there's no options for them. But again, I just want to emphasize this isn't the solution. Like we're not going to develop our way out of the affordability crisis we're in. We're going to do it through a gauntlet of different options, and that's what the 10-year strategy is about. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I appreciate the reminder there. Thank you. I have Councillor McDonald, and then I see Councillor Snell. You've got your hand again. So, Sandy, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Measures. I do agree with the option 2, and a lot of my questions have been answered by my questions have been proposed by my colleagues, and I thank you for that. And I know that we talk a lot about the common areas, how it helps if you're isolated, and it allows you to have fellowship in different areas. And I've seen it work in our seniors building that's in ESSA. But speaking of that, and I know it might be premature, but I would want to make sure that it was looked at. Going outside, and it has a thing about the parks. or a playground, that we actually look at something that all adults can look at to be able to go out into a playground and use. We have adult equipment, and I know that being able to have everything all in your building, but that having them not be able to go out. So some of them would not want to go out and stand in a playground or sit in a playground with just children, where if you have actual equipment that is out there that is geared for movement of all ages, I think that that's something that I would love to see put in place, because I think that everybody needs to go out and into the fresh air, but also that's another way of meeting someone so that you're not as isolated. So I just wanted to do that. But even though I know it's premature and we're talking about the building, I agree with everything that's been said about the building and how that we need to help those that suffer from mental health. And a lot of that is because you are isolated. So have them not isolated in the building and outside would be something that would work great for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Sandy. Thank you very much, Sandy, for that. I don't think there's a specific question in there, but I appreciate the comment, and we'll take that forward. Councillor Snell, I see you're back. Would you like to pose a small question there?
Thank you, Chair. I'm just reflecting on the conversation, and I'm thinking about, and I don't want to be a stickler about the studio thing, but I'm thinking about retirement homes. You know, like a private retirement homes. And I used to work in the one here for when it first opened on Zoo Park. And the studios were the first to be snapped up because they were the most affordable. You could get in there for about $3,700 back then. And the one bedrooms were a struggle to fill because they didn't want to pay the extra money in order to have the bedroom. Obviously, those buildings are designed for aging in place. They're designed for accessibility, and they were small micro spaces. So how is it that is permitted, but for us, we can't consider that option?
I'm sure Mina has an answer for that, but my comment right away, Councillor Snell, would be that, you know, we're a government organization, so we have to provide accessibility. We absolutely do. So, Mina, what's your thought?
Through you, Chair Measures. So, Councillor Snell, a couple of different things that apply here. One, the legislation of you know, the different type of housing programs, like we're under a Residential Tenancy Act that has some certain standards and some certain obligations from the landlord. Also, our older supplier stock, whether it was like retirement homes is an example used, but our old community stock is grandfathered in to the different levels of the accessibility legislation that came over the different iterations over the years. So for us, like, again, there's a standard, and there's even a square foot standard on the grants we apply for, both federally and provincially. So we could create smaller units, but it doesn't necessarily help us on the operational cost and the capital cost of development if we're seeking support from other orders of government or other government programs. Again, we also have to look not just in terms of what we need today, but what our aging population will need, you know, 10, 15, and 20 years. And the last thing you want to do is go into a building that you just finished developing 10 years ago and try to start making it more accessible. So this is our one moment in time where we can get it right and we can adapt the units. That doesn't mean that larger size units couldn't be adapted in a different way. And I know some of our modular builds, like in Collingwood and things like that, we actually moved away from the same kind of footprint because of the modular construction and design. So again, we're trying different options for our different approaches. Our in-suites and our garden suites and our single-family homes are smaller size units that then you can intensify with infill opportunities there. So I just don't want to get hung up on the developments we're creating now and try to make it like squeeze as many people into a building. We will have social concerns if that happens. Intensification has to be done carefully, and it has to give enough space and room for people to be able to coexist, especially folks who are not used to living in a higher density building or development. So I think like it is something all of us weigh, like as system service managers across the province. While you want to intensify, I think our approach to diversify how we intensify is probably the more responsible approach when it comes to balancing aging populations with people experiencing homelessness. And mind you, right now our population of people experiencing homelessness is also aging rapidly. So there is that component too. But we are doing things like we're actively working with retirement homes and subsidizing rent there rather than having to build smaller units ourselves. And we've done that maybe 3 years in a row now in Orillia and in Barrie. So we have that as well available to us.
All right, thank you. Okay, seeing none, no further questions, I will look for the mover and seconder. Perhaps Councillor Snell, would you like to move this recommendation? Councillor Hamlin is the seconder. Would that be fine? Thank you. That item CCW 2026-139 dated August 11, 2026 regarding Zoo Park Phase 2 Affordable Housing Development Project be received. That staff proceed with required planning approvals and detailed design for option 2, a 155-unit mixed-income, mixed-use development to be permit ready. And that staff continue coordinating with the town of Wasaga Beach for the transfer of lands to Simcoe County Housing Corporation and proceed with the appropriate planning approvals and detailed design of the Zoo Park Phase 2 Affordable Housing Development Project as generally outlined in item CCW 2026-139, and that the signing officers of the County of Simcoe and or the Simcoe County Housing Corporation, as appropriate, execute all required applications, agreements, and documents. Okay, thank you. Is there anything further? Anything further? Thank you. Then I'll call the motion. Council, all those in favor? And that seems to carry fully. Thank you very much. All right. Good discussion, and thank you again to Mina, to Brad, and to Rochelle for their work on this project. We'll certainly look forward to updates on it. We're going to move on to item 23 in our agenda, folks. This is let's see here. It is 23.1, the 2026 Welcome, or Week of Welcome. The Week of Welcome. All right, Mina, do you have anything you want to add to that? GM Fayez Bigot.
Thank you, Chair Measures. Just, again, our annual Week of Welcome is coming up. So this report walks you through the full week. We are always, now will be the third year in a row, we'll be doing a citizenship ceremony during the week as well, hosted in our council chambers, which is a really lovely event. So if you are interested in attending, please let our team know and we can make arrangements. Just a reminder, like, this is a really important moment in time. We are, trying many different things with our newcomers file, and welcoming people to our community is something really in the most recent days has become like pivotal and upfront for us. So I would really encourage and urge all the different towns to participate in different ways if you can. And our team can certainly support organizing something or co-organizing something with you as well. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Perhaps, Councillor, are there any questions? Members, any questions? All right, looking forward to this for this terrific program. Councillor Cabral, would you like to move this? Councillor Burkett, would you be the seconder? Thank you. And it will be that item CCW 2026-212, dated August 11, 2026, regarding the 2026 Week of Welcome be received, and that member municipalities be encouraged to host a municipal open house during the Week of Welcome, taking place September the 14, 2026 to September the 18, 2026. Nothing further. All those in favor? Thank you. That seems to carry. And so we're going to move to item 24, which is our long-term care committee of management. We do have sort of a little mini crisis that happened, and Director Sinclair would like to take a moment just to tell us a little bit about CCW 2026-228 regarding the replacement of boilers. Are you there, GM Sinclair?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. This is regarding two of the boilers located at the Georgian Manor and Georgian Village campus location. We've had a premature failure of one of the boilers. The boiler itself has been discontinued. And so we can't actually source parts, replacement parts, et cetera. And we have a second boiler in the retirement home of similar nature that we're recommending we also replace. And at the very least, we can use for parts for some of the other boilers in hand. So our manager of maintenance and facilities, Mr. Matthew Stuangi, has been overseeing this component. He's been working closely with our procurement to source replacement, more sophisticated boilers with a much better longevity and available parts, et cetera. So we are asking through this report to fund the replacement of these boilers through reserve contributions and reprioritization of some of our capital projects this year intended for Georgian. I'll stop there and happy to respond to any questions.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you for your leadership there by Mr. Stuangi as well. Are there any members with any questions about this report and this issue that's ongoing? I'm not seeing anybody. Very good. So perhaps I can ask Councillor LaRose, would you like to move that? Thank you. Councillor Bell would be the seconder, and the item is CCW 2026-228, dated August 11, 2026, regarding the emergency replacement of boilers at Georgian Village and Manor be received, and that the funds for the capital heating boiler replacements at the Georgian Village and Manor be transferred from reserves as outlined in item CCW 2026-228. Anything further? I'll call the motion then. All in favor? And that carries. Thank you. We move to item 25, Your Worship, which is Human Services, other matters for consideration. We do have an item in here. This is regarding the Simcoe County Hospital Alliance update. We have a report here and some several pieces of information that Jim Sinclair would like to discuss. I would like to go to Councillor Prost, whoever is. She has a question, I believe. Go ahead.
Hi, actually, I don't have a question, and I don't really believe that I have a direct conflict, pardon me, but to be safe, I'd rather declare conflict for 2025 or 25.1.
Fair enough.
Because I work at Georgian Bay General Hospital.
To be honest, I thought of you as I was reading it out loud, so thank you very much.
I've been contemplating for a couple days, but I think it's just safer, and my vote's not going to change anything, so we're safe either way.
Fair enough. Let's ask the clerk to record that, and thank you for stepping aside on this issue.
Thank you.
Okay, and okay, so I have some hands already up here. I haven't even got to GM Sinclair yet, but I'll take Councillor Fryer first. Please go right ahead.
And Chair, I apologize. I heard you say that my hand was already up, and I can certainly wait until the general manager has a chance to speak to us.
Okay, let's go to the general manager first, folks. GM Sinclair, do you want to speak about this?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is the annual report submitted by the Hospital Alliance. They send a letter to the warden requesting the amounts from the prior year capital expenses. For this period, 2025, there are two requests that have come forward. One is for the Collingwood General Marine Hospital for $5 million, and the second is for the Alston Stevenson Memorial Hospital for $4 million. As part of our annual process, we also review, as per the memorandums of understanding with each of the hospitals, the offload delay times. And there's a slight variance from the 30 minutes target for each of the hospitals, with an amount being deducted from their proportional shares of $18,000 for Collingwood and $1,300 for the Stevenson Memorial Hospital. And I will note the offload times have been maintained quite well across the board. However, we will be providing council with a future report with an update on offload times. We understand there are some staffing changes as a result of that decrease dedicated offload funding. So we'll keep council updated on that matter. And the final note with this report is Separate from the annual funding requests, just as follow-up, staff will be coming back with a future report to County Council following the June presentation and report regarding the changes to the funding alliance policy that is intended to commence at the end of the current term, as all funds have been committed at this point of the 45 million that ends in 2031. So staff will bring a report back in future for consideration of council with those changes beginning in 2032. And I'll stop there. Happy to answer any questions.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And glad to see that the program is helping our alliance right across the whole area. So we're going to go to Councillor Fryer first. I have Councillor Leduc and looking for other members if they would like to ask a question. So Councillor Fryer, please go right ahead.
Thank you, Chair Measures, and thank you to General Manager Sinclair for her update on the report. And you do mention that there's going to be another report come, and you did refer to the area that I was going to ask. Just get a little bit of clarity on if I could, because at table 4 on page 4 of the report is that slight adjustment. It's $18,000. It's certainly not material against the overall funding of $5 million. But I was looking at the explanation that's provided underneath the table, and it refers to the fact that due to a change in funding, and we get our funding provincially for the dedicated offload nursing program, that CGMH received no funding for the program, and they were able to maintain it for a period of time by the looks of it. But there's a concern in the last sentence, because it says that they're not able to maintain the same staff level going forward, and it's resulting in increasing in times nearing the end of the fiscal year. And as I said, the 18,000 I don't look at as material, but if we are decreasing their funding in the first place, and that's causing maybe some of the result that we see, it's kind of a double hit. And I'm just trying to maybe find out if there's any concern that this could get to be a material amount that is having to be clawed back because of the MOU. And I didn't have a chance to send anything in advance to ask General Manager Sinclair about this, and I apologize for that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you for the questions. We are seeing and hearing directly from some of our partner hospitals where there was an impact associated with the decrease to 800,000 in dedicated funding, that they will be looking at reduction of nursing positions as a result of not having the dedicated funding. So we do anticipate that in several of our partner hospitals, there may be further deterioration in future. We have continued to maintain advocacy with the Ministry of Health on this issue. We have not yet received notice of our next fiscal year funding. It typically arrives at the end of August, early September. So we have not received the next notice period as yet. However, we do have this as an advocacy issue, and I know I believe we have a delegation with the Minister of Health or senior staff at the upcoming AMO conference, and we'll certainly be continuing to advocate with the warden on how important this funding is. Perhaps if I can suggest to council, when we bring forward an update with the funding and the offload times across all of our partner hospitals, at that time, council may wish to consider the memorandum of understanding and whether they wish to put a temporary pause subject to increased dedicated offload funding if council wishes to consider that option.
All right, thank you very much. Tim, did you have something else?
Could I just as a follow-up just say really appreciate that update. That's good information to have, especially going to be at AMO, and if I get any chance whatsoever to get speaking to a ministry person, in our local MPP, I'll make sure to point out that the work that staff are doing on getting prepared to be coming back to the province. So that's great. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fryer. Councillor Leduc is next. Are there any others? Okay, please go right ahead, James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to go on record that Bradford West cannot support the Hospital Alliance anymore based on the decision made on June 23rd with report 2026-188. Not funding South Lake was a critical issue for Bradford West. Our residents spoke out very clearly about that. They were not happy with the decision. When you look at I have multiple stats on how important that hospital is to our Simcoe County residents. And this is just unacceptable what happened. I have asked how that recommendation got in that report. And I have not got a clear answer on that as of yet. It was told to me that the Alliance made that decision. They made that recommendation. I have spoke to multiple Alliance CAOs, and they knew nothing about this, and the chair knew nothing about this. So I don't know how that got in the ENI report, the E&Y report, but I am working to see how that got there and how we can remove that, because South Lake is part of the Hospital Alliance and should continue to be part of the Hospital Alliance. If it doesn't, Bradford West Glenbury have to make a decision on how we support this Hospital Alliance moving forward. Money from Bradford goes to this Hospital Alliance. 10% of that money goes to from Bradford West Glenbury, and not to support South Lake is a critical mistake in my mind. It's a very important hospital to not only Bradford, but to New Tech and other surrounding communities that visit South Lake. I have multiple stats here that show that hospital is critical to Simcoe County and our residents. So I want to be on record that I cannot support this report today, and I will not support the South Lake Alliance or the Hospital Alliance in the future if we don't change that recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, James. Are there others? I see. Oh, Councillor Sandhu. Yes, go ahead, Raj.
Thank you, Chair. I would have to agree with Councillor Leduc. I was not at the meeting, but after speaking with Councillor Leduc and the alternate Councillor Verkuyk, I was not happy, and I felt like we did not have the answers. I sent an email to staff, copied CAO and Warden on it. I have yet to get a reply on it. As Councillor Leduc mentioned, South Lake is Bradford's hospital. Thousands of people, thousands of visits from Bradford, West Glenbury go to South Lake, but these are the Simcoe County residents. Not to have South Lake included in the funding is a disappointment, to say the least. And I hope this council or staff could reconsider it, because it's concerning to me, and I did not speak with any members of the Alliance Committee that when someone says this recommendation came from the Alliance and they're saying we don't know about it, that must be cleared. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Sandhu. Are there other questions to the report or to the staff regarding this report? All right, seeing none, I will look for a mover and seconder on this motion. Perhaps Councillor Gordon and Councillor Rawson, that item CCW 2026-214, dated August 11, 2026, regarding the Simcoe County Hospital Alliance update be received, and that the 2025 capital funding be provided to Collingwood General and Marine Hospital and Stevenson Memorial Hospital, subject to the terms and conditions as outlined within item CCW 2026-214. Are there any other questions on this issue? Seeing none, I will call the motion. All in favor? Are there opposed? And I will record that, and thank you. That motion does carry. I believe at this time, Your Worship, I can pass the chair back to you, and you can carry on with the rest of the meeting. I want to thank everyone for their patience, and good luck with the internet working here today. Your Worship, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Chair Measures. I'll thank the city reps for joining us and enjoy the rest of your day. Why don't we take a 10-minute bio break for everybody? We've been at it an hour and a half. Freshen up your coffees, and we'll be back here at 10:40. Before I hand it over, I will mention that when we go back into county council, we will pull that one item from human services where Councillor Prost had a conflict. We'll have a separate vote on that particular item. So with that, I will hand it over to Corporate Services Chair, Chair Dolan, please.
Thank you, Warden. Thanks, everyone. So we're on the corporate services consent item, which is item number 26. And that is the letter dated June the 15th from Rescue Lake Simcoe Coalition regarding Protect Our Plan. And would ask if there's any questions or comments on this item before we move to approve. Councillor Leduc.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to pull this letter and provide a recommendation, if you don't mind. If I could maybe read it now, is that okay, Madam Chair? Or?
Absolutely, go ahead.
Okay. The recommendation is that the letter dated June 15, 2026 from Lake Simcoe or Rescue Lake Simcoe Coalition regarding Protect Our Plan from good goals to practical progress be referred to staff for further assess the recommendations and report back on their applicability to the county operations and services. So just wanting to refer this back to staff so they can come with a report in the future on this letter. Lake Simcoe was a pretty important part of our overall county, and I was hoping that we could ask staff to give us a report back. So thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Councillor Leduc. And do you have a seconder for your motion? It's seconded by Councillor Sandu. I'm going to ask members of committee, do we need that on a screen? Are we okay with the recommendation, understand the recommendation on the floor, and ask if there's any questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote then. All those in favor of the recommendation? Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. Next is item 27, which is corporate services planning. And it is in regards to the request for approval for the Town of Midland's official plan amendment number 3. Any revised recommendations, questions, comments on this item? Seeing none, if I could ask for a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Gordon and seconded by Councillor Cabral, that item CCW 2026-207 dated August 11th, 2026 regarding request for approval, Town of Midland official plan amendment number 3 be received, and that official plan amendment number 3 to the Town of Midland official plan adopted by Town of Midland bylaw 2025-66 and as modified by Schedule 4 to item CCW 2026-207 be approved, and that notice of decision of official plan amendment number 3 to the Town of Midland official plan be provided in accordance with the Planning Act. Councillor Gordon, your hand's still up. Did you want to comment?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to thank staff for a very comprehensive report. They worked in tandem with our planning staff to make sure there was synergy and alignment to make sure all our ducks were in a row. And I also wanted to thank the residents who expressed their concerns to both myself, town staff, I think SSEA, the county. Like there were some very outspoken, deeply concerned residents about concerns around species at risk and archaeological studies. And I think both our responses to them, the SSEA's response and the county's summary in this report addresses that those concerns are valid and doesn't negate them in the slightest, and provides a structured path forward where some of the concerns around archaeological will be dealt with in subsequent processes under the planning stages, when and if this property is ever the subject of a development application, which is not before us at the moment. So I just wanted to thank the members of the community who participated in this process, and hopefully their concerns are validated through this report and the reports that we provided in our municipality. Although some people are never happy with change and development, this again, I'll reiterate, is not the town's land. It never was, and all the Planning Act boxes are checked, and there's commitments in the future to make sure that these concerns are dealt with accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gordon. Any other questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor of the recommendation? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. Next, we'll move to item 27.2, and that's an update on supporting strategy growth and infrastructure. Sorry, strategic growth and infrastructure. Questions or comments on this item? Councillor Leduc.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm actually in support of this report, and I think it's a pretty critical report. It talks about water, wastewater, municipal corporation. And to me, I've been a supporter of the EPCOR model for a long time. I went out a long time ago to FCM out in Edmonton years ago. I was out there again this year, spoke, there was a speaker for the EPCOR there. EPCOR is a very successful corporation. It has $17 billion in assets. It generates about $3.5 billion in revenue, and a cost of about $1.7 billion was mentioned to us at the FCM conference. To me, and they're in 4 different states in the states itself, in the U.S., and they're in multiple provinces across Canada. This is something that I think is very important for this county moving forward, to actually look at that. We went through this, I think back in 2014, we had a working group to talk about doing services like this, potentially opening up a municipal corporate service agreement. So I am absolutely in favor of this, and I think it's something that we should have done way back. And I say that we should be looking at this as an opportunity for us to run the EPCOR model here. You can see that the province is moving with Peel. They're going to be moving, I don't know if they've made the announcement yet. I'm not sure, Madam Chair, if they've made that, but I know they're going to be breaking Peel away their water, wastewater. So I've heard that we are next on the list. So I think it's important that we really delve into this and potentially set up our own corporate structure, corporation, municipal services corporation, that we can manage our own water and wastewater services right here in the county, and potentially become a successful system as like EPCOR. So I'm in support of this report. I know it's a big financial issue where it comes to, in the report, it talks about $1 billion. But to me, this would be an asset to our residents of Simcoe County. So absolutely in support of making comments to that ERO. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on this item? Councillor Cox.
Yeah, excuse me. I was just wondering on the action 4 of the report, noting that the findings of the report are coming in September 2026. Who is the currently hired for that? The consultant? Sorry, did I miss something somewhere?
GM Elliott.
Thank you, through you, Chair. To answer Councillor Cox's question, we're working with Ernst & Young on different models, looking at the Municipal Service Corporation model versus a Public Utility Corporation model. The report is still in its final draft stages yet. We think we know where it'll land, but it's not been finalized at this point.
Okay, thank you. And another one I have is, when we're looking at this water, wastewater, are we looking at sludge? You knew I was going to come up with that one.
So thank you. And through the chair, there's a couple things that are actively being pursued right now. We're looking at septage, which so the public can understand, that means disposal of private septic systems being hauled to municipal treatment plants. We're looking at options for that. But equally important, we're looking at treatment options for leachate from our landfill sites as well. Yes. We do have some pinch points around that, but there are some options available to the county. So all of those items are being considered through the work we're doing right now.
So may I go through the chair back to Mr. Elliott, GM Elliott. Rob, so is this septage separate from this wastewater? And do we have a consultant coming in like Dylan or someone for that? Or are we just looking at it on our own?
Through the chair, to answer your question, we're working with our local partners on leachate. Septage is going to be done separately. The work we've engaged with Ernst & Young on is specific to evolving the service delivery model for water, wastewater. It's really looking at the governance, financing, and long-term planning around infrastructure. I mean, I think it's fair to say that looking at how the long-term plan could accommodate those would be part of that work we would entertain with the province. Right. But specifically, septage and leachate would be dealt with separately from what Ernst & Young has done.
Okay, thank you. And the other one I have is we have now a distinction between the north and the south with COPA 7 in. And so even at the priorities, that all seems to be aimed at the south growth. And so any future MSC would really need governance and funding structure that would ensure that the north municipalities receive fair consideration and are not consistently secondary to the needs of the larger growth communities. And I'm going to be very honest with you at this time, I can't support this. I think I understand that we're looking at it. I understand that we need more information, but I think the more information would have been a meeting to clarify and go through all this with everyone. I went to the AMO roundtables, and I still have some deep concerns that in the end it could be private, and I just would like more backup information and more information on how this will all work. And I don't know, maybe everyone else is way up to speed on it, but those are two of my concerns. And the other one is the governance of rates and long-term priorities. And the other one is there's municipalities out there that have spent a lot of money on their systems. And I don't know how that works. So those are just my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. I had Councillor Burkett and then Councillor Hamlin.
Thank you, through Madam Chair. So my 16 years here, I think this will be the third report that we're going to get on a wastewater plan. How is this one going to be different from the other two that I think there's been two that we've done. I remember one for sure, but we all are facing the same problem as municipalities. And I've conveyed this to MPP Saunderson. The companies that are bidding on these jobs, and I'll give you Collingwood, for example, went from, I think at one point it was a $70 million upgrade. Now we're at well over 200 million. Wouldn't it be more constructive to look at how do we as a county hire someone to build these rather than go through this whole process again? Because I'd like to know what the difference is. What's going to change today by doing what's in the report from what we've had over the previous reports that have come to County Council? And I'm sorry, Rob, I should have given you the heads up. My apologies, but there's a huge cost that for these consultants, and we all spend taxpayers' dollars on consulting firms to go out there, and I don't even know what the cost is going to be, and I don't even know what the costs were before for these consultants, and we file these reports, and that's all we do. We just keep spending money, and nothing ever gets done. I'm sorry again for bringing it up, but it's upsetting to see the monies that we do spend on things that we never follow through with.
GM Elliott.
Thank you, through the chair. And Councillor Burkett, very fair question. I completely understand and agree with a lot of what you've said. I think the difference we have now is we've got a provincial government that's keenly interested in making changes. They are talking in a great amount of detail around public utility corporations as a different service delivery mechanism. And really what that means is looking at different ways of funding long-term investments. Instead of being 100% reliant on either grants and development charges or a very limited number of resources, it's my understanding the province is looking at bringing in other forms of equity to help support long-term investments. Their goal is to help enable housing. I think we would all understand that as well. And by the county being at the table, we would like to influence that decision, how it would impact the county, so that we can understand and make sure that any decisions that are made by the province are well informed by the local circumstances here at the County of Simcoe. And it might not be that there's one public utility across the entire county. Maybe we have to look at the geographies. We're not quite there yet. But we are a vastly different organization and geography than, say, a Peel region. So I think it's very, very important that we, along with our local municipalities, be at the table with the province to inform the decisions that I think are likely to come around that evolution of the service delivery model. And as Councillor Duke pointed out, I've also heard a keen interest in an EPCOR-style model. And I think there's an opportunity to influence that to make sure that our residents and our developers equally benefit in the long term for the county's long-term growth strategies.
Go ahead, Councillor Burkett.
Thank you. Thank you. Supplementary through you, Madam Chair. So, Rob, did the province reach out to us to look at this, or is this something that we're doing on our own? And I agree, something needs to be done, and I want to support what the province is trying to do. And we all face the same struggles. I look at the monies that have already been given, whether it's Tay, Ramera, Collingwood, Clearview, and we even got $8 million, which is great. And I can't thank the province enough, but it isn't covering the costs to build these and upgrade these wastewater plants. There's just no mechanism to retrieve any of those monies without funding. So if this document or study is going to help and provide that information to the province so that we can get more money to upgrade these plants, that's wonderful. And we can build more of those homes. And I'm hoping that's what it may or may not do. But if you need help from us to lobby the ministers, I'm happy to do so. And as I said, Brian's ministers, and he's not a minister, MPP Saunderson, it was very receptive and understood the problems only because he was the mayor of Collingwood and understood the huge challenges they had. It's just a comment. Like, I just struggle with the amount of monies that we... May I ask, what's this going to cost us to do this study? Do we know what the consultant's going to charge us?
Jim Elliott.
Sure. The work we're doing with Ernst & Young has been had an upset limit set at about $40,000. And I couldn't agree with you more, Councillor Burkett, and it's something I've been speaking to for quite a long time. Even though the county's not in the business of building infrastructure, we do have infrastructure at the Lake Simcoe Regional Airport, and some of those numbers are higher than you would expect for the amount of water and wastewater we treat there as well. So it's something that's not lost on me. I would also think that as we worked with the province on this, I'd like for them to understand that it's important to look at ways of reducing the costs of these infrastructures. I think that there's probably a limited number of companies that are competent or qualified to build these types of plants. I think that that's a role that the ministry could play in looking at ways of reducing the costs. So that's a message we would bring to the table as well. I think that's very, very important, and that's not new to us at all or lost on us. But again, I just want to reiterate, I think it's very, very important that we are at the table to convey our message rather than have something done to the county or our local municipalities without it being properly informed. And that's why this work is ever so important. So hopefully that helps answer some of those questions.
Thank you. Councillor Hanlon.
Thank you, Chair. I am one of those who is not in favor of this. I feel there's so many details that we don't know. Peel Region is the guinea pig in all of this, and I haven't, they're taking years to sort this out. There's a lot of details that have, with concerns expressed by the Association of the Finance Treasurers in our municipalities. I would love to see Peel sorted first. And that's what I had understood when the project started in Peel. They would be the test case. It would all get sorted. We'd all be happy. And then we can see what we're getting into. I'm a little bit suspicious of the end game here. The province has been implementing so many things so quickly. It's hard to really understand where all of this will end up. I know the EPCOR model is, we'd all like our county to be, billionaire, wealthy, wise, but let's not assume we're going to be an EPCOR model and that all the riches are ahead of us. I feel we should be taking our time, making sure this is something we want to get into, and making sure that there's actually a system out there that can work when there's so many municipalities in Simcoe County that would have to buy into this. Even in Peel Region, there's only 3. We're 16. And I know just even in our end of the county, our needs, assets, debt, liability, and so on are all so different. So anyway, I'm a cautious sort. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fryer.
Thank you, Chair Dolan. And I just wanted to actually, the one thing I wanted to do, Councillor Burkett brought up, and there was a significant delta between the initial thought of the cost to what it ended up being. But I wanted to just say the 70 million, and it may not have been exactly that, but it's certainly in that kind of an area. That was in 2022 dollars. We found that out when we got in the new term. So it was never ever really a number that was realistic from what it was going to cost in the long run. I still think even if they had estimated to when it's being built now and completion, they probably would have been under in their estimation, because we all know how significantly costs escalated in since COVID and through COVID. So I just wanted to say that, because I do get a little bit bristly when I hear that 70 number, because it was never really a number that was realistic, so to speak. So I just wanted to say that about that. Colin was familiar with EPCOR because, of course, we sold the electric utility to EPCOR, and they've been operating it very successfully for the last 6 years. I'm not a proponent for EPCOR ownership of water and wastewater, and we made that clear during the transaction on the electric. I do support, though, that the county needs to be going through this exercise with the province to better understand what the situation is going to be once it's introduced in Peel. I think, if I remember correctly, the introduction is going to be in the 2029 range. So I think that gathering information that'll be part of the report that comes back that GM Elliott's been speaking on, when we're looking at the various options, because I've always said this in Collingwood's case, we can do an MSC tomorrow, and we just don't see a need to do it. We can get the things done that would do anyway. But I do have a problem. I understand that the province is looking for financing alternatives. I just don't want it to result in private ownership of water and wastewater, especially in our region. And that's the thing. Simcoe County does represent the Simcoe County region, and I think for that reason needs to be at the table to understand what the situation is, and actually report back to the lower tier municipalities on what they think could be the outcome and how it could influence the situation in the local municipalities. So those are my comments. I am supportive of the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sandhu.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps maybe you or GM Elliott can correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding is this recommendation is just asking for us to be at the table, have a seat at the table for discussion. This is not committing the county to any model or any ownership as of yet. It's just a starting point or a discussion point. Is that correct, GM Elliott?
GM Elliott?
Yes, thank you, through the chair, to Councillor Sandhu. You're correct. The ERO posting asks for any municipality that's interested in discussing this opportunity with the province to respond to that posting, and that's exactly what we're doing. This is non-committal at this point, but as I mentioned earlier, we've also heard that they're focusing on Peel, but Simcoe is of keen interest to them as the next in line. So we feel it's incredibly important to show up to the table and help influence anything that they might want to do. So responding to the ERO posting is simply asking for a seat at the table and expressing an interest in that ongoing dialogue.
Thank you for that, Jim Elliott, and that's what I thought, because it is so important. If someone else is going to make a decision on behalf of us, we need to be at the table, and once we are at the table, anything discussed that would come back to county council, whether they want to proceed or not. So I want to thank you for explaining that. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Sandhu. A wise man once said to me, if you don't have a seat at the table, there's a chance you're on the menu. Councillor Measures.
Well, thank you, Chair Dolan, I certainly hope that Clearview is not on the menu. But thank you for bringing that point. Listen, I'm generally in favor of this report, and I'm generally in favor of the county investigating this. Action item number 3 on the report is the one that struck to me, that I think that we need to allow and ask our staff to do a good research on this and to determine the viability of actually operating or creating some type of operating of wastewater servicing. And I also have a fundamental belief too that we're all sharing the natural resources that are provided to us here in our country, whether it be the Great Lakes or Lake Simcoe or any of our waterways. We share them all. They're all impacting all of us, whether they travel through one community and terminate at another community. And so I think that when it comes to servicing and serviceability, we have to work together and respect the fact that cross-border servicing must exist. There are many municipalities that are in Simcoe County. Ours in Clearview, of course, is one of them that is definitely landlocked from a major water source. And so having that outfall for wastewater treatment is a critical part of us having the ability to grow. And so working with our neighbors in Wasaga Beach, working with our neighbors in Collingwood, who both have excellent access to Georgian Bay and Lake Huron, we want to continue to have those relationships between our neighboring municipalities. But we have to be clear, all of this, water and wastewater servicing, is not a profit center. The EPCOR model is successful because they work on such a slim profit margin, and very, very slim. And so that's one of the reasons that they are successful, is the fact that they provide a service that's absolutely needed, and they cover their costs through their fees that are charged, etc. And that's exactly what we do with our water and wastewater servicing. We produce fresh water. We have a cost to produce it. We calculate out the price per cubic meter of water that we produce, and that's the rates that we apply to it, so we can recover the cost to actually operate and build future plants. So I think that it's very appropriate that this tier of government, the county, investigate this, look at this, bring back a report to future decision makers, and to be very aware of what's going on in other areas across our province, particularly in Peel, as we're now aware. So I think that I'm in support of this recommendation as it stands, and I look forward to the work that the staff are going to do to produce this information. I would just throw up one flag of caution and support what Councillor Burkett was saying, because we don't really know how much this is going to cost to do this type of work. So I appreciate what you're saying there, Mike, but I do think it's important that we look at this for the health of our communities, to use our wastewater systems and our freshwater producing systems to the best ability to protect the environment and to provide those services that people need. So generally I'm in favor of it, and I'm also in favor of obviously cross-border servicing options that are available right across the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Measures. Warden Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to remind, a lot said here, so I'll just remind Council, we are under a regional review right now. I mean, we've dealt with COPA 7. You've seen the province deal with the governance, and South Simcoe with the mapping that's going on, and now they're shining the light on servicing. And I think the ERO posting says it right there. The chances of our servicing staying the way it is now is 0% is what I would say. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, maybe 1%. No, they're looking for changes here. And we really need to be at the table. I would love to see Simcoe County form something like an EPCOR model, as opposed to these public utility models that we could end up with possibly no control over at all. I think we need to do the studies, be at the table. EPCOR is a great organization. I wouldn't even mind working with them, but I don't want to see them own our assets. So that's why I truly believe we need to work on this study and have a plan, something forward. I wish I can guarantee that it would come back to this House. It may not. the province may just make the decision and hand it down. And that's a fear that we all have as well. So I think we're better to be prepared with a solid plan that we can present and say, look what we can accomplish working together, and have something that makes sense to the province that they will entrust us to carry on. So thank you.
Thank you, Warden Clark. I'm just going to take a moment here, if I could, and with the permission of the House, I'd like to put on my Mayor of Innisfil hat instead of my corporate Simcoe County hat for a moment. Innisfil has a municipal services corporation. We just celebrated our 10th birthday. And I should have known this, and I didn't. We were the first in Ontario to structure a municipal services corporation. And you know, happy to share, you know, the do's and the don'ts, the pitfalls and the successes of the last decade with the province and anyone else who wants to listen. Having said that, the Wastewater Public Corporation and the MSC are two kind of different beasts, although formed for the same reason. To attract investment, and as I like to put it, take the politics out of the pipes. Let's make our area as efficient as possible, regardless of where there's lines on a map. And the reason I do support this is I do believe we need a seat at the table, particularly in Simcoe County's case, because we're starting from scratch. All of the my understanding is the other regions, 8 of them, water and wastewater treatment is at the upper tier level. So they already own all those assets. I believe the lower tier municipalities have some responsibility for the distribution systems as they grow, but not the treatment. So that's not the case in Simcoe County, and we're the only one captured in this review. We were the only county that that would have that. I want to call it a disadvantage. It could be an advantage, but I also very interested in how the separated cities fit into this model. If there's any collaboration there. So I think this is, you know, I don't think it's really his choice, as the warden said. This is a situation where there's an ERR posting, and do we want to be silent or do we want to contribute? And my vote's to contribute. I'm seeing no other hands, but if there's anyone else, I'm seeing none. So I'm going to ask for a mover and a seconder for the recommendation as printed in the agenda, and that's moved by Deputy Warden Coughlin and seconded by Councillor Mike Smith, that item CCW 2026-229 dated August the 11th, 2026, regarding an update on supporting strategic growth and infrastructure be received, and that the County of Simcoe respond to the Province of Ontario's ERO posting 026-0419 by expressing a potential interest in implementing a water wastewater public corporation model, and that the annual priority project surge capacity fund be extended for an additional 3 years, funded through a combination of development charges, application fees, and the Planning and Economic Development Reserve, and that staff proceed with the recommendation as generally outlined in item CCW 2026-229. Councillor Measures. You're on mute, sir.
Yeah, sorry. No, the hand went up again when I put up my hand to.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
It's great software, isn't it, when it works?
You've got gremlins in your computer today, Councillor. I'm seeing no other hands, so I'm just going to call the vote then. Please, all those in favor of the recommendation. Sorry, I can't see mine. There it is. There it is. Any opposed to the recommendation? We have 2 opposed, 3 opposed. I'm not sure if it carried anyway. All right, so that is carried, and we'll move on to the next item, please, which is item 28.1, waste facility hours. Is there anyone who wanted to speak to this item? Councillor Cabral? You're on mute, Councillor. Oh, you didn't want to speak to this item, I'm guessing.
I'm sorry, my screen is not on the right screen, and I was trying to get it back and my hand was still up. I apologize for that.
That's okay. Anyone want to speak to this item on the waste facility hours? Going once, going twice? Wow, I don't think we've ever had a waste issue go forward without any comments, but I'll take it. Mover and a seconder for this item, please. Councillor Cox and Councillor Miskimans, that item CCW 2026-217 dated August the 11th, 2026 regarding waste facility hours be received and that current normal hours of operation at all waste facilities remain unchanged. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Next is item 29.1. And it's a letter dated June the 22nd from Severn Sound Environmental Association, the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority regarding amendments to the South Georgian Bay Lake Simcoe Source Protection Plan. Comments or questions on this item? Seeing none, can I ask for a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Evans, seconded by Councillor Greenlaw, that the correspondence dated June 22nd, 2026 from Melissa Carruthers, Severn Sound Environmental Association, and Bill Thompson, Lake Simcoe Regional Conservation Authority regarding amendments to South Georgian Bay Lake Simcoe Source Protection Plan, notification of consultation pursuant to Section 34-2 and 34 sub 3 of the Clean Water Act 2006 and Ontario Regulation 28707 be received for information, and that the County Council endorse the proposed amendments to the Township of Tiny chapter of the Severn Sound Source Protection Area Assessment Report, as well as the South Georgian Bay Lake Simcoe Source Protection Plan outlining and the amendments to South Georgian Bay Lake Simcoe Source Protection Plan, notification of consultation pursuant to Section 34 sub 2 and 34(3) of the Clean Water Act and Ontario Regulation 28707 for the correspondence dated June 22nd, 2026, and that SSEA and LSRCA be notified of County Council's decision. All those in favor of the recommendation? Any opposed? That is carried. Are there any other matters of consideration for corporate services today? I'm seeing none. I'll pass it back to you.
Thank you, Chair Dolan, and you're setting a record on waste management, I'll say. Certainly now I'll turn it over to Chair Evans for performance management.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning, everybody. How you doing? Two items to start off with under consent for performance management. The first is a letter dated June 30th, 2026 from the Western Ontario Wardens Caucus regarding resuming Ontario property assessment cycle. And the second is the Buy Ontario Act. Some of you are already probably familiar with this, Public Sector Procurement 2025 and implications for municipalities. Can I, any comments or questions on these two consent items? I'd like to speak to them. Warden Clark, please.
Yeah, I would like to see us endorse the Western Wardens letter that they've sent us.
Okay. Seconder for that? Councillor Dolan, thank you. Any discussion on that item? I think it's pretty straightforward. So I've got a couple screens here. I just want to make sure I got everybody. Okay, good. So we'll have a motion to send a letter confirming our concurrence with the letter dated June 30th, 2026 from the Western Ontario Wardens Caucus regarding resuming Ontario property assessment cycle. All those in favor? Those opposed? That motion is carried, and then I'll just have a quick motion, a recommendation to receive as information. The Buy Ontario Act that I just mentioned. Any discussion on that one? Pretty straightforward. Kind of a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Fryer, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Cabral. All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you very much. That motion is carried as well. Okay, we're moving down to performance management under finance on my other laptop here. CCW 2026-223 County Transit Station Charge for Innisfil Orbit Go, added on August 6, 2026. General Manager Wilcox, I wonder if you get a little background on this one, just to kick it off.
Certainly, Chair. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Everybody else okay?
Okay, great.
Good.
Thank you, Chair. Just to give a little bit of background on this, then we have been, of course, the Innisfil Orbit has been a project that's been noted as a regional significant project for quite some time. We were approached regarding some aspects of that, and will have been asked to join in terms of a role that may be needed in regards to facilitating the funding and financing of this station. We've met with the various partners which are outlined there, Ministry of Infrastructure, etc., and the town and the developers in terms of confirming where the things are at and what is needed. It's come to conclusion that one of the ways that we can help facilitate moving this project forward is through something called a transit station charge. Effectively, it is similar to a development charge, but specifically for transit stations, and the benefit that they would provide to all of the residents and the development around that station. So the station would actually be paid for through that station charge. In addition, the Ministry of Infrastructure Ontario has let us know that there is also a funding mechanism related to that that would allow potentially a more flexible funding than we've actually been able to use before from Infrastructure Ontario. And it's specifically for these kind of transit projects where development happens and the payback doesn't happen for a number of years. So there's flexible terms in terms of addressing that. So we've been in discussions to try and assist with that. We don't have a defined all the pieces defined, but because of the lame duck period coming up, we really wanted to address this with council to get approval for us to continue proceeding with discussions, to actually spend a little bit of money on a background study and further the application and potential implementation of this county transit station charge. Of course, things would have to come back to council before anything would be implemented. It would need a bylaw specifically for that charge, also for the lending stream. Likelihood of coming back with that would be in January of next year. This allows us to continue the work and to make sure that it is in the best interests of the county. I've included in the report a number of areas of potential concern and address those in terms of risks and mitigation around those. So those are what staff will do to try and mitigate the risk. And a lot of it's just to make sure that we've got an effective plan, that everybody is accounted for, that the county is not basically on the hook for this type of infrastructure, but that we will help flow and facilitate the development of this infrastructure. So I hope that helps explain things, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, General Manager Wilcox. Appreciate that. Thanks very much. Comments and discussion, Council. All right. Okay, sorry, I've got Councillor Van Staveren and then Councillor Leduc. Councillor Van Staveren, please.
Thank you very much, Chair Evans. I think it was it was just clarified to me a lot of the stuff that we're not on the hook financially. However, if that date came, is there any opportunity, or should we be considering taking an equity position in a facility like this? Would it be something for the future?
General Manager Wilcox.
Thank you, Chair, through you to Councillor Van Staveren. I'm not sure as far as an equity position at this point that is not something that I'm aware of that we could actually do. The station itself will be who will own it and run it, and all of that will be determined through discussions with Metrolinx, et cetera, in the province. So I don't see that as a position right now. What this more is helping to facilitate the payment facility of the TSC. Thank you.
Councillor Van Staver, anything further?
That's good. Thank you. That's fine.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Leduc, please.
Yes, and thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I've got some concerns with this because I'm not sure why we're looking to build a GO station when, and don't get me wrong, we do want the GO station in Aurelia or in Innisfil, no offense or buts, but I'm not sure why the county is taking a lead on this when this is a development through a development group. They could easily sign an EPA. I mean, we've signed EPAs down here in Bradford as to over 300 million. This is a $140 million project that the province gave the MZO for. So I'm not sure why we would be doing this. And there is huge risk here. There is a potential that we'll never recover the full cost of this if they don't build that out. There's a 40-year risk in here that I'm not sure we should be doing that. The province builds the GO stations. Metrolinx is a part of the province. They do all the GO stations. I'm not sure why Metrolinx is not taking the lead on this themselves and looking at the county do this. This to me, I'm not sure if this cuffs us when it comes to future debentures. We have a lot of projects out there that we want to do, and we just looked at one about the ERO with looking at water and wastewater potentially. There is going to be significant cost to the residents of Simcoe County that are going to do future projects throughout here. So I'm not sure I could support this. This doesn't have enough for me to go and say, why are we doing this when this is a Cortel group that got the MZO through the province and they should be funding this GO station themselves, because the return on that investment is build it, they will come. They have a plan. It's been on the books for a long time, and I'm not sure why they're looking for why we as the county would get involved in funding a GO station when this is the province, Metrolinx, and the developer themselves that should be looking through a funding application for that. This could tie up our residents with 140 million. It's a estimated 140 million. It doesn't even include land acquisition and other parts of it. So this is a long-term, tough thing to do. I think over a long 40-year potential commitment here for recovering those DCs. So to me, if this project fails, who in the end is on the hook to recover all those DCs if this does not come to fruition? So if the province made the recommendation to give the MZO, then I think the province should be the one stepping up, or at least the Cortel group to fund that project themselves. Thank you. I can't support this report.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Duke. Appreciate that. General Manager Wilcox, I wonder if you could maybe just expound a little bit on what Councillor Duke was saying, and maybe our role as County of Simcoe, if we were to leave this project, would the project in fact die, or would it move forward?
Certainly, Chair. Thank you. Through you to Council. There are many unknowns, unfortunately, where this is sitting right now, but I can tell you that the position that we're taking is that the county should not be on the hook for this, that the taxpayers of the county overall are not paying for this station. We're facilitating it through the charge that will recover those fees. Yes, there are some risks related to that. I've tried to be clear in the report what those risks are and how we're going to try and mitigate those. It is the intent of us to clarify who's providing what, including the developers and the province in terms of how much they're stepping forward of this $140 million. It is not anticipated that the county would cover all of that. And that discussion is ongoing. As far as who could facilitate this other than us, my understanding is that the developer cannot, that is not an option at this point in time, so that was the discussion why the county was brought in, so that this would facilitate this project going forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, General Manager Wilcox. Warden Clark, please.
Yeah, that's what I'll add to that too. We certainly don't want to take on any more risks than what would be absolutely necessary. The key is to facilitation here piece when you look at the partners of IO and Metrolinx, the developer themselves, the town of Innisfil. So somebody needs to facilitate all that, which cannot be done through the developer himself. Like you said, Metrolinx builds train stations. And so they're looking for us to take the lead and make this project go forward. We're looking for permission today to carry on, to do the study and to carry on and move this project forward and see where the numbers finally lie.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Sandu, please. You're still on mute there,
Chair. I was trying to unmute. Thank you. So if that is the case, then why not the recommendation that county is only there as a facilitator and not to be involved in any funding of this project, and just a role of a facilitator, and any money that needs to be spent during this facilitation exercise has to come from either the province, Metrolinx, or the municipality or the developers. If we can do that, then I would be happy to support this. But to have that gray area where we might be on the hook for something, I can't support it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. General Manager Wilcox, would that be an option to move forward without any capital outlay?
Through the chair, the concern that and why this was brought forward to us is that the transit station charge is a program that is one that will facilitate this project. And the reason that we're being asked to facilitate is it something that could be done through the county. But our only assurance and what we want to ensure is that the county is not paying the price of this. We would facilitate this. We would be part of it. It would be a charge that we'd have to coordinate with the member municipality for recovery efforts. There would be significant effort, but it should not leave us on the hook financially. That is the key assumption that we have going in, and that we will try and ensure it is developed that way. But I can't speak to exactly how that would happen at this point in time because we don't have the study done or the agreements in place with the other parties.
Okay, thanks, General Manager Wilcox. Councillor Smith, please. Still on mute, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do believe, however, Councillor McDonald was before me.
My apologies. Just on a different screen. Sorry. Councillor McDonald, then Councillor Smith. Thank you so much. Pardon my missing you.
First, but thank you very much, and thank you to the chair. I agree that with Councillor Sandu, or I agree with anyone that is thinking that there's so many different things being asked of us, but the words should and could and maybe are words that we've used many times here, and it doesn't do us well. And I cannot consciously make a decision on maybes because they could go sideways. And I know that our staff would work diligently, and I know they do, to not be able to do that, but there's nothing assured here. So I cannot go with this vote. Thank you.
Thank you for your input, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is very important, and I understand why, staff feel that, we should really try our best here to facilitate this. But I guess there's a couple of concerns that I have, and the same concerns that have been raised already. But I guess I look at, $140 million, even if we were to finance that with IO at 4% over 25 years, it's now becomes, $220 million. And over 40 years, it's double. It's $280 million. And so the return, the amount of time it will take to recoup those funds through a tax for transportation, which is basically just another name for the DC, will be forever. And I would struggle with that. But I guess I need a few other questions answered or some clarity. this is an area where the Cortel Group is going to build a lot of homes and buildings, and this is normally things that are paid for either by a developer or by Metrolinx in this case, if they want it bad enough, or by the province. But I'm surprised that Cortel is not saying we'll build this, or are they agreeing to build it? And is it just a timeline issue? You know, have they started? Is it a phased in issue? Because, you know, most builders are going to want to phase this in. They're not going to upfront or want to upfront and build $140 million worth of infrastructure before they've built a home or sold a home. So what is the crutch there? Why is this a problem, if it is? And number two, I fully support us helping to move this forward and get this done. I think this is a very important link in rail across Simcoe County. I think it helps more than just Innisfil. And I do believe in this case, you build it and they will come. But there's some answers that I think we need to have and some clarity. I have no problem today supporting staff moving forward and facilitating this. I have a problem, as everyone else I guess here has indicated, in any possibility that the taxpayers of Simcoe County may end up on the hook for this versus Metrolinx, the province, and or the developer who's going to benefit from this. So maybe some answers or some clarity on that before we make any decisions, I think would be helpful. But again, I reiterate, I do believe it's important. And I do believe if we can help Metrolinx, the province, the developer, Innisfil, any of them, by facilitating it, I'm all for it. I don't think the County of Simcoe or the residents should ever be on the hook for it. The other concern I have, and then I'll stop, is, you know, our borrowing capacity. What does this do if we facilitate or we move this forward and we have to wait to get those funds back to the county's borrowing capacity? We know that we've got a lot of very important projects, both infrastructure, affordable housing, so on and so forth, that we need to continue building and moving forward with. We're already going to have costs with respect to upgrading roads and so on, I'm sure, that are going to go to this facility and from this facility that is going to be borne 100% by the county because they're it's our infrastructure. So just some answers around that I think would be helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. I have Councillor Dolan's hand up. Councillor Dolan, I know you're obviously pretty close to this project. Would you like the opportunity for staff to respond first and then, or please feel free?
No, I'd love to hear from GM Wilcox. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
By all means. General Manager Wilcox, if you could take a stab at a couple of Councillor Smith's inquiries.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. I share the concerns and staff, it does share the concerns of Councillor Smith in terms of addressing this. As I said, there's a lot of unknowns, and this just allows us to move forward with the study that needs to be done and developing the model that would be done. So what agreements there are, it does not commit the county at this point to that because we want to see that there is protections for the county. The impact that you articulate is true in terms of borrowing capacity. There would be some impact in terms of that, but we're nowhere near our max, nor do we ever want to be. So I don't see that as being an issue. The issue is really in terms of, is there any financial liability that we would have ongoing for taking this on? And that's where we want to mitigate that and make sure that we are clear. So that would be the ongoing work that we do to make sure that that we are covered from that perspective. To your point regarding some of the financing, that's where the what's mentioned in the report. There's what's called the Go Station lending stream. There's some unique properties to that where the payments are not due until you actually start taking in fees. The lending rates is at a much better rate than would be normal. And there's a lot of flexibility in terms of payments. So that's why IO has been discussing with us using that stream so that it would facilitate the situation that you've articulated in terms of being a number of years before things start coming back. Thank you.
Thank you, John Manager Wilcox. Councillor Smith, any follow-up from that?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for coming back to me. I appreciate that. I guess what I'm saying, as I read the report, unless I'm misunderstanding the report, it's asking that council approve staff moving forward with the studies and the work that needs to be done to the tune of $140 million. I'm not reading in the report where it says this needs to come back to council for a final approval of that based on the study and the information that staff collect. And so this council is going to be lame duck, I believe, after today. We're only going to be lame duck because of the change that the province has implemented with respect to county council. And so another reason why perhaps the province should be looking at very closely at who they are appointing as our first chair, because that may or may not make us lame duck. At the very least, if they were to announce who was in the running for that, it may or may not make us lame duck, in which case this council could have staff come back to us in a week, 2, or a month to say, you know, here's where we're at and for approval. As it sits today, it's the province who's kind of put us in a lame duck position. And I really think that we need some more information, and this should come back to this council for final approval if there's going to be any money spent on this. And so I really appreciate staff's input on this, and I appreciate what General Manager Wilcox has just explained. And I fully trust and believe that staff are as concerned about this as any member of this council is. I get it. This is a big nut to crack, but it is important. And you know, it's unfortunately that today's the day we is the last day we can really make this type of decision. But if what I'm hearing is that, you know, this isn't going to put us on the hook for any financial obligation, then maybe it's not a big issue today to approve it. But I need to be clear, if it is in any way, shape, or form, then it's going to need to come back to this council, in which case the province is going to have to make some decisions. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Smith. And just to confirm, GM Wilcox, I wrote it down, does not commit the county in any way, and I believe that's fiscally. I have Councillor Dolan, CIO Aiken, Councillor Gordon, and Councillor Leduc.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sandu, pardon me. So, sorry, Councillor Dolan, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a couple of comments with my mayor hat on first and then my county council hat on. So this project has gone on for way too long. It should be built now. In fact, I think I've got an old letter dated from the Cortel Group saying that it would be built by now. So it's been going on for way too long, and they have the MZO. You're correct, and it's ready to go forward. The original deal was that the Cortel Group build the station and then hand the keys over to Metrolinx to operate it. As you all know, times have changed over the last decade or so, and the condo market is not what it was before, and the Cortel Group is telling the province that they can't upfront build it, and this is where the province came in with this idea. And now with my county hat on, I absolutely concur with everything that Councillor Smith just said. I think that we do not want to bind the county at this point. I think we want to continue negotiation to see not only to make us whole, because I believe we should be made whole, but also what's in it for us. Is there another project in Simcoe County that, you know, because we're working on this? Is there something else that can be negotiated in this deal as well? So I like the idea of unfettering the hands of the staff and letting them do the work they're so good at, and having them come back with more information, because the actual recommendation or the actual whole report is a bit vague, and I'm not blaming staff for that. I think that that we're trying to build a bridge as we're walking over it, and trying not to get wet in the process.
Thank you, Councillor Dolan. Appreciate that. CIO Aiken.
Mr. Chair, I appreciate the opportunity to add on to this a little bit. Further to some of the comments that were made, you're right, the report is a little bit vague, and some of the councillors are correct. There's some questions that need to be answered that we're hoping to come to some conclusion on through the development of the background study. I think the background study, as the report clearly states, will hopefully clarify roles and responsibilities relating to this. And to Councillor Smith's question about coming back, we will have to come back to pass a bylaw to put a TSC in place, which will include all the information included in the background study with respect to the loan. What essentially we're looking at here, as you know, growth is a key objective of the province of Ontario at the moment. This, as Councillor Dolan pointed out, is a very positive, I think, development of high density around a GO train station that has some regional significance. The province asking the county maybe to take a role more as a vehicle. And how I see this really is in terms of the county's role, and again, it requires clarification through the background study, is to take a loan from IO and be a vehicle, if you will, to pay off that loan through the transit surcharge. So essentially, development is funding the station through the TSC, so, and the county being a vehicle. So hopefully that does provide some clarification in terms of the intent. I agree that the report is somewhat vague, but it has to be at this point because we don't have all the answers. The report, as it states in the recommendation, we're looking for some direction to proceed with the background study to answer some of the questions that have come up today and better clarify the roles and responsibilities of all the parties in partnership here on this undertaking, and figure out exactly, the application to Infrastructure Ontario's GO Station lending stream, and get all of that in order and come back with a more fulsome picture of how the county can help facilitate this important growth in this part of the county. Hope that's helpful.
Great. Okay, thank you, CIO. Councillor Gordon.
Thank you. There's been great conversation about this, and the report's very interesting. The background study just makes an abundance of sense to participate in. It's another one of those if you're not at the table analogies. Clearly the money involved is, a staggering sum, but none of that's going to be spent between now and the next term of council. There's a new budget that has to be set by next term of council, and a whole litany of approvals to come along the way. This is all going to be up to the next council, which is imminent. So I don't want to see us get in the way of any of that now in the final hours of this term. We can debate the merits all we want. Some of us will be back, some won't. And next council can really chart the path forward. But just really makes sense to pass this today, participate, get staff rolling, and again, be at the table rather than on the menu.
Thank you, Councillor Gordon. Just so you know, I've got Councillor Leduc, Councillor Sandu, and Councillor Anderson. So Councillor Leduc, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I listening keenly to the conversation, and this report does bind us to some financial obligations here. Even if Mark says we got to come back with a bylaw, it'll have all of the costs in there, and so this is going to bind the next council. So, to me, this is a straight deal with the Cortel. I'm not sure why the Cortel doesn't go to Infrastructure Ontario and say, hey, by the way, you know what? We'd like an agreement. We like those same terms. I don't know any developer that wants to say, hey, I'm putting my hand up to pay for everything. That's why we have what we call early prepayment agreements. That's why we work through systems. I'll reference a couple, and I know that the Midhurst secondary plan. The developers there, the developer group went out and borrowed up to $400 million to do that development. We have agreements here that we have our development group supplied $298 million to bring piping out to Bond Head to service Bond Head. There's a long-term return for them. It's by permit. I know the market has changed. I have a developer here that was stuck building a condominium, and he's saying, I got to build this condominium and I'm on the hook. He's only sold just barely enough to actually get his financing. But he's pushing that project forward. If this project was a very successful project, the Cortel Group would be easily open to making sure that this went forward. I agree. Innisfil does need a GO station, and I think Metrolinx should be the one providing that. And if this was a viable project in the end, then I can't see why Metrolinx wouldn't be at the table doing this themselves. I don't want to tie our hands with this project. I would be more than happy to receive this information. Tell staff the second one that staff proceed with, delivering a county transit charge just to see while they're working through some of these areas that we have concerns with. This is a financial obligation that could tie our hands for a long term. So to me, I think I'd prefer to just receive this report, tell them to go out and look at a transit station charge and work through the group. Under the Municipal Act, Section 49 allows Innisfil and everybody to work through a municipal community benefits program. This could be part of that. There's ways to deal with that. It just seems that they need to be at the table a little bit more and have the Cortel Group have a little bit of ownership on this one. They're walking away from ownership on this. And this was the whole agreement way back when they came with this orbit plan, was about building the transit station. So now they're asking to do the orbit plan without building a transit station. That doesn't make sense to me. So I can't support it the way it is right now. And I think we need to make sure that we don't tie the future council's hands at the county for this. This is a project that's been on the books for a long time. I agree. It should eventually move forward, but it has to include the station that the development group has to pay for. There has to be benefits to Simcoe County residents before we start building all sorts of homes like this, and without having the developer on the hook to pay for some of that. This has to be a community benefit program that developers should be coming forward with. So that's all I'll say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Duke. Appreciate that. Councillor Sandu and then Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor McDonald. Thank you.
Thank you. Does GM Wilcox have the estimated cost of this study? Because without knowing any of that, we are basically the way this recommendation is written, we're committing to bigger sums up to that limit for going ahead with the project, and it is tying the future council. Once this is passed, it would tie them to this. Whether the bylaw comes back or not, that's different. What is the estimate of the cost that if county was to do this, what would that cost, and what is the plan to recover that cost?
General Manager, are you able to address that question?
Thank you very much, through the chair. The background study would be recovered through the transit station charge. It would not be a cost that the county would bear ultimately for that. And as far as the need for us to do the transit station charge, the only municipalities can do that. The developer cannot levy or set a transit station charge. So that was the reason for our role in terms of that, the county being and the province encouraging us to take a role in terms of this. As far as the other items related to planning, I'm not qualified to speak to those, but I know we do have our planning staff on board as well. And if need be, we could speak to that. Thank you.
Sorry, just to follow up.
Councillor
Sandu, what is the cost of the study? I'm sorry if I missed it from GM.
I'm sorry, we do not, through the chair, we don't have a cost for the study yet because we haven't engaged in terms of doing that. My guess it would be in the $100,000 range, because we would be engaging a third party that would be going out and doing that. We have not asked them to quote on it yet because we wanted to get council's endorsement. And like I said, that would be recovered through the facility itself when it's charged through the TSC.
Thank you, General Manager. As it was mentioned earlier, not that only this report is vague. We don't have at least I don't have all the facts to make the right decision. So based on that, I can't be supporting this today.
Thank you, Councillor Sandu. Councillor Anderson, please. Thank you for waiting.
Thank you, and through the chair. I'll touch on the same point that was just spoken about with regards to the background study. And my concern is, as it was indicated, it could be charged back through the TSC. But if County Council does not proceed with the TSC, how do we recover the $100,000 estimated cost of that project to date? So I'm generally supportive of going through to the next step, but I would like to understand, are there agreements that we can have another party fund that study in the absence of the County Council proceeding with the TSC? And those costs be recovered.
To minimize the exposure of the $100,000. Okay. General Manager Wilcox, any opportunity on that one?
Thank you, Chair. We could explore that. We have not had any discussions with the province in terms of who is paying for it, but I think the costs related to the station itself, this would be a station-related cost. The background study would provide information that's needed anyway, so I do not believe that would be a challenge to capture that and recover that in the station, the cost of the station.
Okay. Councillor Sandu, any other follow-up?
No, thank you, Chair.
And Councillor Anderson? Okay.
I'm fine, thanks.
Okay. Councillor McDonald, then Warden.
Thank you, Chair Evans. So I think that all of us think that this is a great initiative to follow through with. But what I'm hearing is it's all on the cost. And I know that in different things that we've had out here, that when we get stuck, where we know it's a good project, but we don't have all the answers, is there not something that could be in there that's a friendly amendment? I know that we heard from all staff about that, we're not going to put this on to the taxpayers. We're not going, but that's in words. But I mean, if we're speaking it, why can't we actually put it into a friendly amendment that we want to go forward? We want staff to engage and follow this through to the next steps, but have some safeguard in there that we on our cost that would be costed out to our taxpayers. And maybe I'd look to our clerk or whatever to see if there is a way that we could do a friendly amendment. I'm not sure how that works, so thank you.
Okay. Well, you can propose the motion and get a seconder for consideration. Your seconder for the friendly amendment? Sorry, scrolling through. Councillor Locks, thank you very much.
Sorry, just to, apologies to have to interrupt you, Mr. Chair. We don't have a mover and seconder for the main motion at this point. It hasn't been put on the floor yet.
Yes,
and I think we would be seeking additional clarity on exactly what the amendment is to be included. So as a first step, you may want to just get the main motion on the floor first.
Okay. Let's have one more speaker. I've got Warden Clark, and then I'll ask for a mover and a seconder on the main motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And maybe to clarify a bit again, we've been asked to come to the table by the province of Ontario and to help facilitate this process. And I think we're kind of obligated to be at the table and facilitate this process. I mean, if we're not going to be there for these type of projects, and this type of growth, and of course this fits under one of the provincial priorities, then you have to question why we're here at all. So we need to move forward with the studies 100%. We don't want to commit a future council to 140 million. I hear you. And the idea is the TSC would cover it, then why don't we say 80 million? The reason it says 140 in the report is because that's the projected cost of the project, and we want to be able to go to the negotiating table and say, yes, we can make this go forward with a TSC or whatever that may be. Reduce the amount. I'm comfortable with that. It gives me a good negotiating position when I show up, but we're not going to fund this entire project. Somebody else has to come to the table. We hear a lot of promises. That kind of pushes the hands, and we're there to facilitate with the transit servicing charge. if it takes that to push it over the top and get it done. And at the same time, we're saying, but you guys got to come with money in your hands. That gives a strong negotiating piece, and we're still at the table and allows us to keep moving it forward. And that's the key. We have to move it forward. It's not going to get accomplished before the end of this council, but we're at a situation now where if I'm going to negotiate, I need a place to negotiate from and to be at that table and then bring it back to the future council to sign all the papers and move forward and make the final decision. And if you can clarify that again, Trevor, we will not be borrowing any money without it coming back to council and council approving that.
Okay, thank you, Warden. As I mentioned, why don't we get the motion formally adopted for consideration? The original motion recommendation that CCW 223. So can I get a mover and a seconder, please? And then Councillor Smith will, I'll give you an opportunity. Councillor Smith, Councillor Smith, was that to be the mover?
No, I would consider that, but first, just a quick comment, if I may.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I get it. This is really important, and I'd be a lot more comfortable with reducing this the value from 140 down to, as the warden has indicated, 80, maybe even a little less, 65. We can always adjust that, begin it again, as it's been quoted many times during this conversation. No matter what, this will have to come back to council for final approval. So whether we say 140, 80, 65, whatever, the next council, when it comes back, if it's not approved, it's not approved. The deal is dead. So at the end of the day, I would have no problem moving forward with this to say, let staff move forward, give the warden some negotiating power here. I think it also sends a message to the province to say, look, you're moving us down to a regional type situation. You need to tell us who's in the running, or you need to tell us who the chair is going to be, because that's going to make a difference. I truly believe that. As we move forward, I mean, we get someone here who has no information, no understanding of our role. Chairing this, what does that mean to this? Who knows? So I have no problem moving forward to say, yes, let's get the study done. It's 100,000, 120, 150. We as long as we have wording that we're going to recoup that through the TSC. And give a limit then to the warden for negotiation. I have no issue with that. Again, I think it's clear today from staff, from the warden, from everyone that's been speaking that this isn't going to happen without further approval anyway. So then I don't see any more concern moving forward in trying to make this happen. This is important to the region. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Smith. Appreciate that. So let me bring the motion forward for consideration, and then if Councillor McDonald will go back to you if you want to propose a friendly amendment. But first of all, can I get a mover and a seconder for the motion as presented?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
My apologies. If this has not been put on the floor yet, so would it not be better just to amend the motion before we put it on the floor, as opposed to put it on the floor and then do an amendment?
I've always been the other opposite, but I'll leave it to the clerk to rule on that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's ultimately how you'd like to approach it. I think given the discussion, there are some differing opinions on this one, and it may be best to just get the main motion onto the floor. And there was some talk of an amendment, so given the discussion so far, I think the main motion first, and then amendments to follow may be most appropriate.
Yep. I've already mentioned their possibility for friendly amendments. So can I get a mover and a seconder to bring the motion forward? Councillor Smith, I appreciate that. Seconded by, Councillor Locks. Thank you very much. Okay, Councillor McDonald, I'll start off with you.
Thank you, Chair Evans. Just back to the comment from the warden. I agree that I agree with this project. I have no ifs, ands, or buts that it's needed. I want to make that clear. But I do know that I know that we need to sit at the table. We need to sit with the province, but we don't need to sit anywhere if we're not clear on how much this could affect our residents. That's all that I've put out there, is that my worry is that we have nothing clear on how that is. So I don't know if it's a friendly amendment that we just go with the study and that we make it upscale of a cost. I'm just looking for safeguards to our residents on the cost, because some of it is not very clear when you read the report. There's, even if you do from 140 to 80 to 90, you're still having that where it could be that we're going to be on a cost of more than that is actually spelt out for us today. And that's all I'm looking for, is to have something that I feel comfortable enough, and I'm sure that many others, and I'm sure that those that are watching, as taxpayers, we want to be sure that we are not going to be held for any costs, and we can say we're going to bring it back, but how far down the rabbit hole are we going and before we can retract that we're not going to do anything? That's all I'm asking, is to have something put out there, or that we give an up top of how much we're going to spend on this study. I would be comfortable with that also. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor McDonald, thanks so much. I have Councillor Leduc, then Councillor Anderson. I wonder if I could just try and focus the discussion on a friendly amendment. Obviously, there's a wide range of viewpoints here, so why don't we try and get something on the table that we can get our teeth into and hopefully come to a successful resolution. So I'll start with Councillor Leduc, please, and then Councillor Anderson.
Chair Evans, and I hope I can help you with that right now. I'd like to propose an amendment, and I will read it out, and hopefully the clerk can pick it up. But it is that that item CCW 2026-223, dated August 11, 2026, regarding the transit station charge TSC program be received, and that the staff proceed with the required TSC background study, public consultation, and drafting the county transit station charge, and that staff complete the work preparing for a potential application to Infrastructure Ontario's Go Stations lending stream, and that all studies and costs associated with the TSC application be paid for by the developer group. So no cost to the county. We move forward. We're just not committing to anything, and it will. And then that. I guess I would have to add another line that it comes back to County Council for final decision.
Okay. First of all, Mr. Clerk, I'm going to hope you make sure you've got that clarity.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I do apologize. I wasn't able to get all that. Do you have that in writing, Councillor Leduc, and are able to share that potentially? Or I'll just need slower recital of that.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Clerk, just to be clear, first item on the recommendation itself. First sentence, second sentence is okay. Eliminate the third paragraph. Fourth paragraph or sentence is okay. Then I've added in that all studies and costs associated with the TSC application be paid for by the developer group, and this to be brought back to council for a final decision on funding. So really, I'm just adding that final paragraph, that all studies and costs associated with this, and then we remove that paragraph 5 removed. So paragraph 3, paragraph 5 gone. Incorporate the 3 paragraphs. I can type it out and send it to you right away if you need it. But
okay, do we have a seconder?
Hand up there when I've got it up there.
Seconder, Councillor Sandu. Thank you for the amendment. Then I've got Councillor Anderson, the warden, and Councillor Dolan. Okay, discussion on the amendment.
Through the chair.
Councillor Anderson, please.
So I was going to suggest more applicable to the amendment, just to the last point Councillor Leduc mentioned, was that all studies and costs be paid by the developer. I think we're going to get back into a lot of discussion whether or not we want to see a further report come back after the background study. And I believe from the discussion that I've heard today is there's mixed reviews, but I believe the crutch of the conversation is with regards to the cost to the county taxpayer. And I think if we address that in the amendment, then I'm okay with everything else. But again, I can't support the full amendment that Councillor Leduc is proposing.
Okay. Do you have anything specific you can, I know you don't have the amendment in front of you, but something you could propose as a change to the amendment? For consideration.
Sorry, through the chair, my comment was with regards to continue with the recommendation as is and add at the last paragraph that all studies and costs be paid by the developer. So that's what I was going to suggest.
Okay.
But I'm happy to entertain discussion on Councillor Leduc's amendment.
Okay. Well, we've got one to the warden, please, and then Councillor Dolan, then Councillor Smith.
Thank you. No, that's problematic because the whole reason we've been asked to the table is because they want us to facilitate the TSC, the transit service charge. And that's how we were going to get paid back for the studies. That's why we were called to the table, because they want us, there is no cost to the taxpayer. This is to be funded by development through a transit service charge. And that's been the point all along, but they need us to facilitate it and make that happen, which is why we've been asked to come to the table. And so to say that the developer is going to foot the bill kind of goes against what we've been asked to be there for. So we're going to work on the study and work on the charge, and then we either proceed or we do not. I guess if we do not, then we may end up being out the cost of the study. But we've been asked to set this up. So, I mean, that's, folks, that's why we're here. So the question is there a comfort level that you want to move forward with today? Because unfortunately, we are heading into a lame duck. It's just timing, but the province wants to carry on negotiating this. So want to be able to do the study, keep moving forward, and be able to look at options to fund this project moving forward, whether it's done through the TSC or what a large point comes from Metrolinx, or there's a portion that's coming from the developer. And then that will be what's coming back. The final numbers are what will come back to the future council to put the TSC in shape and move forward with that loan. It would be a great, in a perfect world, for the entire cost be covered by IO and Metrolinx and maybe no need at all. But we've been asked to be at the table because this charge is something that they would like to see put in place, because obviously they're building something that the demand won't be there for a few years. You know, build it once, not build it in stages. They want to go ahead and build the project and then finish paying for it when the rest of the development's online. So I know I can't support the amendment.
Thank you, Warden. Councillor Dolan.
Thank you. My question is more procedural in nature, through you, Mr. Chair, to the clerk. So is that an amendment, or is that just a totally opposing motion that I just wondered if that would be considered an amendment?
Mr. Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Chair. I understand what you're getting at, Councillor. I think it can be considered an amendment at this point. It's largely the same. It's not in total opposition to the original main motion. So I think it can be treated as an amendment. When you're ready, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to put it up on screen. And it's you know, it's not a simple, you know, strike this word and insert this word. It is a couple, you know, amended clauses. So when ready, we can put it up and move committee toward voting on the amendment.
Okay, well, I've got Councillor Smith and Councillor Anderson. So, gentlemen, would you like to speak now, or would you like to have the motion now? And then General Manager Wilcox. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. I'll speak now. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't support the amendment simply because, I mean, at the end of the day, I don't care who pays for this as long as it's not the County of Simcoe. I don't care if it's the developer, if it's Metrolinx, or if it's the province, quite frankly. It's irrelevant. It's a moot point as long as it's not the taxpayer of the County of Simcoe. And it's why I said earlier that perhaps, you know, the best thing to do here is to put a number, give the warden a number to go work with. And then come back. It's got to come back no matter what, whether it's this council, next council. Again, it doesn't matter. It's going to have to come back. But it allows us, or it allows the warden to, keep the county in good standing with the province. It allows us to help the province and the town of Innisfil to move this forward and facilitate it. It serves all the purposes we need to serve, and still has to come back where we could finally say, you know what? Nope, sorry, we've spent the money on the 100 or 120 whatever thousand it's going to be on the study. That's all we're going to do, and we're going to get that back. And if they're not prepared to do that, then we step away. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Anderson, then General Manager Wilcox.
Thank you, through the chair, and the same comment with regards to that dollar value getting back. And I understand the warden's comment. We've been asked to help facilitate that, and I have no issue with regards to that whatsoever. But I do have an issue with putting out dollars that we may not get back, and we will only get it back if we proceed with the TSC. So if there is some sort of language that the costs would be covered within the TSC, otherwise, if County Council did not proceed with the TSC, those costs would be borne by another party. And I think, again, from what I've heard from the conversation today, we generally all agree with this project moving forward, but it's a cost back to the taxpayer. And I believe if there was some wording to indicate, should County Council not proceed with the TSC, that all costs be borne by another party. And I think that's something the warden could certainly negotiate with an agreement with the province and or Metrolinx or Innisfil, because we're facilitating this project. Those ones are going to have to be partners in this as well.
Okay, well, General Manager Wilcox, and then Mr. Clerk will bring the amendment forward for people to read. General Manager Wilcox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. I'm fine with receiving direction in terms of that and ensuring that if the TSC does not proceed, that the developer and other parties pay for the costs that we're not left paying for that. I am concerned about removing parts of the recommendation because there is some security in that in terms of the third part of the recommendation ensures that the county is satisfied and receives confirmation of what the provincial and partner contributions are, so that we have a fixed contribution to and we have direction to clarify the roles and responsibilities of the parties. It's an important part of the recommendation. And then the very last part of the recommendation was really to facilitate moving forward. I'm not anticipating this does not give direction for the warden to sign off agreements that would commit to moving along the actual project. But if there is applications that we need to make, or if there's something like, for example, we have with Infrastructure Ontario, sometimes we have to have put forward an indication or something to apply for the desire to fund something. So it would allow us to do that with the understanding that the bylaw itself, which ultimately needs to go in place, there's no direction to put a bylaw in place, and that would have to come back to council. Thank you. I hope that clarifies.
Great. Thank you, John Manager Wilcox. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's almost like the original motion, just dropping the last paragraph or last sentence. But why don't we, Mr. Clerk, if you could pull up the amendment, and then Councillor Bell, I'll give you the opportunity. Let's deal with the amendment first, though.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair. So this essentially amends the main motion to align with what Councillor Leduc had spoken about. It does get rid of essentially two clauses in the recommendation, the third one and the last one.
Okay. Councillor Bell, I'll give you the first opportunity. Any comments on this to do with the amendment? I certainly can come back to you if you want to deal with the original afterwards.
No, this is for the amendment. Thank you very much, Councillor Evans.
Thank you.
I think my concern is, coming from a business background, if I was the developer and I seen this, they have no say in who we choose. We could choose anybody we want. We could make the study look any way we want if we wanted out of this, and then we could justify to the province why we're backing out. I think if anything, we need to go 50-50 and gamble a little bit and say, you know what, we are going to gamble half the cost of this study to find out what our risk is and our liabilities and where everything sits. And they also take some of that risk on. So we both have skin in the game, I think, is the only way it's going to go. But to come to them and say, you know, if this doesn't go ahead, you guys are just going to pay us back for the study, and they have no say in it, I think that's a little risky. Just my opinion.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. Councillor Leduc, hand your hand up.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just 2 points I want to make. Number one, the last line is out because it says that the warden and the county clerk be authorized to execute any applications, agreements, or documents necessary to advance this project. So I wanted that out because I think I want to come back to council. The second one is basically the developers went to the province and said, by the way, I want to build orbit, but I don't want to put any money on the table to do that. My project way back was I was going to build this GO station, but I want no cost to this. You guys build it for me, make the county be part of this, and have them pay for it. If the studies go through, and we don't go through, if we went back to this original, it's gone. It comes as a bylaw, and a bylaw says this is what you're doing. So if we run that recommendation just the way it is, it doesn't fly for me. I'm trying to say I want to advance this. Let's move forward, but let's make sure the developer has some kind of cost in this. Whether he decides he likes who we for our studies, I think that can be talked about at the table when we get to those types of conversations. To me, this is saying let's move forward, but at the same time, you have to have some costs in this, no matter what, and have the developer pay for those costs. And I'm good with it. So there has to be some risk to the developer here because he's walking completely away from what his orbit plan was before. The Cortel group came to Innisfil and said, I want to build this orbit and we want to put this transit station in there. We're going to do this because this is how we're going to get 150,000 population in there. We're going to have condensed population. And he's now saying, I want to build this, but I don't want the cost associated with the transit station. So to me, there has to be some risk to the developer. We get nothing back if we don't go through TSC. It's been stated by Trevor, by the warden. We're putting all the risk in this. We're front-ending all these costs. And we don't get a dime back until he pulls his permits for construction. How many years? And they say, okay, we don't pay interest on it. But how many years before we start to see that payback? So whether it's 100,000, 40,000, 50,000, I think the developer needs to be fronting this cost no matter what. I'm ready to be at the table having these discussions, but no way, this should not be the developer walks away scot-free and says, by the way, promise, I got this great idea. Give some infrastructure funding, let the county do it, and I'll build the homes after. So I'm okay with tweaking the amendment. I think the amendment says that we're moving forward. I think the developer has to be part of the costs associated with this. And if it's a great deal in the end, I'm more than happy to move forward with the TSC charge and recover those costs. But that is a long term to recover that. So to me, there's risk. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion on the amendment? Sorry, I can't, Mr. Clerk.
Yeah, I'll just put it up one more time here, Mr.
Move
Chair.
to a vote on the amendment.
Once again, the amendment is here.
Perfect, thank you. And moved by Councillor Leduc, seconded by Councillor Sandu, that the item CCW 223 dated August 11th, 2026 regarding the transit station charge program be received and that staff proceed with the required TSC background study, public consultation, and drafting of a county transit station charge, and that staff complete the work preparing for a potential application to Infrastructure Ontario GO Station lending stream, and that all studies and costs associated with this TSC application be paid by the developer and report back to County Council. Further discussion? All those in favor? Sorry, just want to make sure we've got 2, 3. Sorry, I'm just scrolling screens. And those opposed? Mr. Clerk, I just want to confirm with you, I have this motion being denied.
I see the numbers for the motion to be defeated, Mr. Chair.
Great. The motion is defeated. We're back to the original recommendation as proposed. Councillor Anderson and Councillor Dolan.
Thank you through the chair to GM Wilcox. So the earlier comment I had mentioned about costs being borne by another party, would staff be considering that as a verbal direction, and would that be part of the negotiations if that was the wish of council today?
General Manager Wilcox.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we can take that as direction to discuss that with every intention of trying to recover anything that the county should not be paying for.
Thank you. That satisfies my inquiry.
Okay, thank you, sir. Councillor Dolan, you had your hand up? You're okay?
Yes, Councillor Anderson addressed it. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Smith and then the warden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm going to suggest putting the original motion forward with a slight amendment that, of course, this has to come back to council for final approval, and that we just put a number on there that is going to allow the warden, and I'll look to staff for that number, that minimum number, so as that the warden can move forward and facilitate this. Again, I don't care who pays for it in the end, as long as it's not us. And if we're looking to regain this through the TSC, just better clarity and more information as to how that will work and what that time frame might look like, so as that we can get this forward. At the end of the day, I think what we're really seeing here, the story being told here, is that the province believes they need a transit station there, and they understand the challenge they're up against with the market and the developer and so on and so forth. And so if we can help with that, I think we should, as long as those terms are in our favor. And I have confidence that staff and the warden will be able to negotiate something that will be acceptable to bring back to council. Province is going to have to accept the fact that it's got to come back to council. That's the bottom line. And that's no one's fault but their own. I mean, here we are on lame duck day, if you will, for lack of a better term, looking at this issue that should have been solved long ago. This has been in the works for, I don't know, 5 years, 7 years. It's been a long time. The province put the MZO in place. Why hasn't this been dealt with? Don't know. Are we willing to come forward and help make it happen? I think we should be, and absolutely we should be. We need to let staff now go out and do the work and come back to us. That's the bottom line. I'd be prepared to move that motion as long as that number is a reasonable number. Is it 65? Is it 80? I don't know. But I have all the faith in staff and the warden to let us know what that number is. And let's get this done and let's move this forward. We're now just starting to beat a dead horse here.
Councillor Gordon, is that again? Okay, Councillor Smith, thank you. Go to the warden, then Councillor Gordon.
Sure, and I may defer to Mark to help throw a number out. Keep in mind, the number we're talking is what would be on the loan to be paid for by the TSC, because the intention is here that we are not out any money, and we want to mitigate that we have minimal risk in this as well. So it was never the intention that we were going to pay this bill. It's how much are you comfortable committing to the long term and the TSC. Mark, can you help us out if you don't mind, Mr. Chair?
By all means, CIO Aiken.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Warden. I don't know if I can help you out, Your Worship, because to Councillor Smith's point, we don't really know what the cost is, and we're hopeful that the background studies will help to identify that. So I'm a little reluctant to put a cap on it without understanding who's at the table and who might be contributing. I'd prefer to have the recommendation go forward as is and allow yourself, Your Worship, and us to try and negotiate something that makes sense that we can bring back to council for consideration of the bylaw. Trevor, I don't know if you got anything to add.
John Manager Wilcox, and then we'll go to Councillor Gordon, please.
Thank you, Chair. I did want to clarify, that's one of the reasons why we said that the determination of a fixed county contribution, so that there is a specific number that would be part of the TSC, that it's not going to be, as an example, responsible for an overage. If somebody had greater expense, that would not be a risk that the county would have to bear. So I am reluctant to guess at a number because I don't know exactly what it's going to be, but the county contribution was to be fixed, and certainly there is some negotiation there, and the province will know that unless there's a favorable number, it's unlikely that council would agree to it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, John Manager. Councillor Gordon.
Thanks. Like, I can understand us wanting to put all these safeguards on here. It makes perfect sense. That's what we do. But This is a named provincial priority. This is something that's going to happen. Like we're not going to be, it's token involvement. Okay, this isn't democracy anymore. This is something that's going to happen, and as we all know, we're creatures of province. The province will ascribe costs to whoever they want, however they want, and they're asking us to voluntarily be part of this. Just as I suspect we're going to have the same kind of voluntary participation around amalgamation communications, shortly after the election, I'm sure. So we're being voluntold. So I honestly, from hearing from the CAO, like we should just pass this thing without trying to adulterate it at all. Let's just pass it. Next council controls the purse strings and budget. They can disprove or object or wordsmith or whatever is going to happen next term when this study starts to get its legs. But this is happening. I have no doubt. So, I don't know why we really bemoan this. Like, let's pass this the way it is. Let the chips, fall where they do after the election and whatever tinkering the province is going to do with municipalities, because we know they're not done. And when it comes to the transit, I don't think we have any leg to stand on to stand in front of this or try and make changes to it or find anybody to pay. Like, we're just going to get told how this is going to happen and who's going to pay and how. So maybe I'm looking at this too fatalistically as we near the end of the term. But, I'd support this thing just the way it was written. Let staff and the warden do what they got to do in the limited time they have left. Not the staff, but the warden. And, next term, we'll see where the chips fall.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Gordon. Councillor Bell, please.
Sorry, I missed that. Did you say Councillor Bell?
Sorry, yes, I did, sir. Yes,
okay,
Councillor
thanks, Councillor. That's a little dark, Councillor Gordon, but I understand from our term what we've seen and the changes the province has made. I do think it's going to go ahead, and we do need to support this. I think we probably need to just put a cap on it. I think it's irresponsible not to put some kind of a cap on it. And I do trust the warden and the staff are going to try and negotiate, and whoever's at that table, if it's 4 or 5 parties, we split this cost amongst all of us, and maybe with our cap being whatever it is, $100,000 or $120,000, we set that cap, and everybody else, if there's anything above that, somebody else has to come to the table and cover that.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Bell. Any further comments? I'd like to move this forward. Does anybody have any proposed amendment to the existing recommendation, or can I take the recommendation to a vote? Sorry, Councillor Smith, I just saw your fingers there.
Thank you. I'm going to recommend we just move this forward as it is. I have the confidence that staff and the warden have heard us clearly that it needs to come back for final approval. There's no doubt about that. Councillor Gordon, although it is dark, it's the reality. And so I would recommend and be prepared to move that we just move this forward as it is, and let's just get this ball rolling.
Okay, Council, any further discussion? Mr. Clerk, I apologize. I have a lot of names on these 2 pieces of paper, and who was the original mover and seconder of the recommendation?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I had Councillor Smith, which I believe was Councillor Brian Smith, moving the main motion, and Councillor Locke's seconding the main motion.
Perfect.
And it's ready to go to vote.
Okay. Recommendation is that item CCW 2026-223 dated August 11th, 2026 regarding the transit station charge program be received, and that staff proceed with the required TSC background study, public consultation, and drafting of a county transit station charge, and that the recognizing the TSC model would be financed upfront and recovered over time from new development benefiting from the station. The county's participation be subject to satisfactory confirmation of provincial or partner contributions during the term of the TSC, determination of a fixed county contribution, and clarification of the roles and responsibilities of the parties, and that staff complete work preparing for a potential application to Infrastructure Ontario's Ghost Stations lending stream, and that the warden and county clerk be authorized to execute any applications, agreements, or documents necessary to advance the project. Final discussion? Those in favor? 1, 2, sorry, just hold your hand up. Just gotta. And those opposed? The motion is carried. Thank you very much, Council, and thank you for a very robust discussion. You beat Bill 100. Good. Okay. Moving on. Couple of items. First item up, CCW 2026-231, which is regards to the Craig Road Construction Project MOU. And actually, I'll call on General Manager Elliott. You spoke about this later last week. I wonder if you get a little background on this one. Kind of interesting project. General Manager Elliott there?
I am. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
My apologies.
Here somewhere.
Slow on the buttons.
Okay, good. Good.
So I actually might refer this or ask either CAO Aiken or General Manager Wilcox who crafted this, but we are working with the Township of Springwater to advance the Craig Road project. It had always been intended to be a county road once it was completed and handed over, but we're working in partnership with the township to bring this construction project online, which, as you would know, is a connecting piece of arterial infrastructure from the 400 highway over to County Road 27. The goal is to terminate that at a roundabout on 27, just north of where the admin center is today. So I don't know if Trevor or Mark, you might want to add to that a little bit.
Yeah, CAO Aiken has his hand up. CAO, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, just to fill in some of the blanks, given Rob Elliott's well-deserved vacation, we actually do have an MOU with Springwater as it stands right now. But at the time, Springwater was going to take more of a role with respect to the construction. We all agree that this is a pretty important piece of infrastructure, and we all agree that at some point this will become a county road. And again, as Rob pointed out, this is the County Road 11/Forbes Road, punching through north of the settlement of Midhurst, right to County Road 27. So what we're seeking today is kind of an amendment to the existing MOU, whereby the county and the township would agree that the county would take more of a expanded role in completing the development of this road, which I pointed out will ultimately become Simcoe County Road. So that's really the extent of it.
Perfect. Thank you, CAO. Any comments, discussions, Council? Deputy Warden, please.
Thank you. Not to belabor, I just wanted to make sure that our house is aware that this has been a very long term. It is extremely important to Springwater and the partnership with the county. They have been working really well with our staff, and I just wanted to thank the county for making sure that this ball didn't get dropped as we move into lame duck and into the next term. So thank you very much for your support.
Thank you, Deputy Warden. Any further discussion? Seeing none, can I get a mover and a seconder? Perhaps Deputy Warden, please, and Councillor Cabral. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. The item is CCW 2026-231, the recommendation being that item CCW 2026-231, dated August 11th, 2026, regarding the Craig Road Construction Project MOU, be received, and that the Craig Road Construction Project County Support Services MOU between the county and the Township of Springwater, dated March 1st, 2024, be amended as follows. The parties agree to work together cooperatively and in good faith to expand the role of the county in delivering the Craig Road Construction Project beyond the county support services outlined in Schedules A and B, and that staff be instructed to engage in good faith discussion with Springwater as generally outlined in item CCW 2026-231 regarding the role the county can play in assisting the completion of the Craig Road project, and that the results of such discussions be brought back for approval by the County Council and may include recommendations to amend the MOU, enter into a new memorandum of understanding, or enter into a cost sharing or other form of agreement as appropriate. Any other comments? Those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you very much. Last item from me, I'm sure you're happy about that, is item 331, which is CCW 2026-224, which is restricted acts and lame duck council status after nomination day. Pretty straightforward, I think, but Mr. Clerk, is there anything you want to provide? I know where there was a little bit of ambiguity going from 32 to 16, but you're give a little bit of background in terms of how you now analyze this.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to it. So the report lays this out. There is sort of a special clause within Section 275 of the Municipal Act that accounts for a scenario where a council is going to be smaller in the next term of council, which is our current scenario. So normally a lame duck calculation is based on, the possibility of 3/4 of the members returning. However, in our case, there's an additional requirement that says 3/4 of the members of the new council basically must constitute a majority of the members of the outgoing council. So a majority, or sorry, 3/4 of the new council is 13, and that cannot constitute, a majority of the outgoing council being 17. So for that reason, we'll be in lame duck after a nomination day. So it's laid out in the report, and you have Schedule 1 that contains Section 275 of the Municipal Act there for reference as well.
Great, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Any comments, questions? Sorry, just looking. A mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Dolan to move, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Sandhu. Thank you so much. Take this item to vote. Recommendation is that CCW 2026-224 dated August 11th, 2026 regarding restricted acts and lame duck council status after nomination day be received, and that council support staff interpretation that the County of Simcoe will enter a lame duck period effective August 22nd, 2026 as outlined in item CCW 2026-224. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion is carried. Thank you so much. I appreciate your consideration. Any other items for consideration at this time? Not aware of any. Thank you for your robust discussion again, and I'll pass it back to the warden.
Thank you. There's quite a bit on closed session. Does anybody need to go in? They're detailed. I'll just look for a show of hands. And you know what? We do have to go back into county council to ratify everything. So I'd like to push through lunch, but why don't we take a 10-minute break right now? And everybody, again, or do you want longer? 10 minutes long enough, everybody? And then we'll come back and then try and push through? I'm seeing nods. So if we can be back here, let's say 12:55. All right. Thank you. back. So I'll ask again, does anybody feel the need to go in camera? And I'll give a minute. I'm not seeing any. So then I will just read the motions. First one is the direction in camera and recommendations contained within confidential item CCW 2026-208 dated August 11th, 2026 regarding a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by a municipality or local board be approved and voted upon within section 239(6)B of the Municipal Act. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Anderson, second by Councillor Fryer. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Next one, the direction and in camera and recommendations contained within confidential item CCW 2026-209 dated August 11, 2026 regarding a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board be approved and voted upon in accordance with section 239(6)B of the Municipal Act. Moved by Councillor Measures, second by Councillor McDonald. All in favor? That is carried as well. Third one is the direction in camera and recommendations contained within confidential item CCW 2026-219 dated August 11, 2026 regarding a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by a municipality or local board be approved and voted upon in accordance with section 239(6)B of the Municipal Act. Moved by Councillor Van Staveren, second by Councillor Corbell. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. We're on to 35.4, the direction in camera and recommendations contained within confidential item CCW 2026-221, dated August 11, 2026, regarding a proposed pending acquisition or disposition of land by a municipality or local board be approved and voted upon in accordance with section 239(6)B of the Municipal Act. Moved by Councillor Norris, second by Councillor Miskimins. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. 35.5, the direction in camera and recommendations contained within confidential item CCW 2026-226 dated August 11, 2026 regarding a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by a municipality or local board and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board be approved and voted upon in accordance with section 239(6)B of the Municipal Act. Moved by Councillor Lavoie, second by, looking for a hand, folks, Councillor Bell. All in favor? That is carried. And lastly, the direction in camera and recommendations contained within confidential item CCW 2026-232, dated August 11, 2026, regarding labor relations or employee negotiations be approved and voted upon in accordance with section 239(6)B of the Municipal Act. Moved by Councillor Rawson, second by Councillor Fowler. All in favor? That is carried as well. Thank you. So now I would look that Committee of the Whole rise and report to Council to reconvene. Moved by Councillor Cox, second by Councillor LaRose, that we arise at 12:50, well, if I drag it out, I can say 12:59. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. So now we are, rise and report, confirmation of the Committee of the Whole report. So I'll start with Chair Evans.
Thank you, Your Worship. And resolution 37.1, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Norcross, that the performance management recommendations contained within the Committee of the Whole report dated August 11th, 2026 be approved, including the confidential items. And I'll pass it back to you, Warden.
Okay, thank you. Any items to be pulled from performance management? I am not seeing any, so Councillor Leduc, yes.
Yes, thank you, Warden. I apologize. I should have asked this question when we were discussing it. It's in regards to report CCW 2026-223. We can pull it, or I can just ask the question and move on.
Well, if it's just a question, go ahead.
I was questioning, we're talking about a transit surcharge for this, and I wondered if that could be spread out across all of Innisfil. Is this a charge just to that development of Orbit, or can it be spread out through all of Innisfil so that the costs are recovered a lot quicker, and we're assured of getting these costs recovered by going right through that being part of all of Innisfil? So that was my question.
I'll get Mark to answer that, but the answer I believe is yes. Go ahead, Mark. It will even cross some boundaries.
Yeah, again, through your worship, to Councillor Duke, I think this is the importance of completing the background study, because the background study will identify that. But I think it's envisioned that there might be a tiered TSC surcharge, meaning that there might be a higher charge for the actual orbit or the developments adjacent to the station, and maybe a charge that would be applied for areas that might use the station, which would include probably Innisfil and possibly even towards Alliston. But that would be determined as part of the background study.
Okay, thank you.
That good? Okay. If there's no other questions or items to be pulled, all in favor? Opposed, if any? Okay, that is carried and so noted. Thank you. Now we will go to chair measures for human services, and just remember a slightly different motion, Doug, because we have pulled that one item. So maybe Jonathan can help you out.
Yes, thank you very much. There is one item to be pulled, so I will defer to the clerk to clarify that item for all of us on committee here.
Thank you, through you, Warden. So I think the resolution would read that the Human Services recommendations, with the exception of item 25.1. This is the Hospital Alliance item that Councillor Prost had made a declaration on. Contained within the Committee of the Whole report dated August 11th, 2026 be approved. So this is just the remainder. This is the one that Councillor Prost can vote on for the remainder of the Human Services, and you just need a seconder there, Councillor Measures.
Thank you very much. So Councillor Prost, just to advise, then she can join us on this item. Okay, I'll look for the seconder. Perhaps Mr. Councillor Michael Smith, would you be interested in that? Thank you, sir. And Mr. Gordon has a question, is that right?
Just a note, Councillor Prost had to drop off the call, so if it simplifies
she's still
things.
there, but she wasn't there. Okay.
Yeah, unless she's joined again, I don't see her on my screen, but she messaged me saying she had a medical thing she had to drop off, or not herself, but someone she was looking after, so.
Gotcha. All right, well, her camera's still on, so I guess she stepped away. All right, well, we'll just acknowledge that anyway. Thank you very much. Your worship, I can turn it back to you.
Okay, everybody's heard the motion. Any other items to be pulled? Not seeing any. All in favor? That is carried. And if you'd like to find a seconder for the second part, Mr. Chairman? Oh, you do? Oh, we do have it. Jonathan has it.
Yeah, through you, Warden.
Jonathan has it, yeah.
So now 25.1 is on the floor. It was originally moved by Councillor Gordon and seconded by Councillor Rawson. And so that's to receive the Simcoe County Hospital Alliance update report, and that the 2025 capital funding be provided to Collingwood General and Marine Hospital and Stevenson Memorial Hospital.
Very good. I'm just looking, both members are here, so we'll go with that. Thank you very much, and you can turn it back to the warden. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Any other questions? All in favor? Opposed, if any, and that is two opposed, so noted. Oh, 3 opposed, so noted. Thank you. Next, we'll go to corporate services and Chair Dolan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Miskimins that the corporate services recommendations contained within the Committee of the Whole report dated August the 11th, 2026 be approved, including the confidential items.
Any items to be pulled? I'm not seeing any, so all in favor? And opposed, if any? And that was carried. Thank you. Consideration of bylaws. Councillor Norcross, there he is. Go ahead.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Burkett, that bylaw 7192 be enacted as a bylaw of the County of Simcoe. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. All in favor? That is carried. I'll look for announcements now. Not seeing any. Oh, Councillor Dolan. Sorry, Lynn.
That's fine. Thank you. Thank you, Warden. I just wanted to take a moment and speak about the AMO conference that's coming up. I believe Councillor Gordon called it the Super Bowl of conferences, and I couldn't agree more, but I just wanted to wish everybody that's going good delegations and lots of learning. This is an election year at AMO, so I just wanted to point out that the new acclaimed president is Riley Brockington. Riley is a councillor in the city of Ottawa. He has had several years as chair of the Single Tier and Regional Caucus, and he will take over on Wednesday morning after President Jones says her farewells, and she'll pin the new president. Also, we have a returning celebrity from here in Simcoe County. Trevor Wilcox is taking on position of Secretary Treasurer again. He was acclaimed, so congratulations to Trevor. And then finally, just to everyone else, please vote. There is elections in almost every caucus. So whether it depends on whether you're signed up as, small urban, whether you're signed up as county, however you're signed up, please make the effort to vote. If anybody should know how important it is for people to vote, it should be us, right? But it's amazing how low the voter turnout is at AMO. So just asking everybody to take that opportunity and vote. First, on a personal note, I am not on the ballot this year. I was fortunate enough to be elected to the incoming chair of the Ontario Small Urban Municipalities back in May. So that comes with a seat at AMO, an ex officio seat. So I will be back at the table, but thankfully not having to be elected. But if I was, I would have reached out to Councillor Cox and Councillor Burkett already and Councillor McDonald, because they are the best at getting people elected. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dolan. Councillor Sandu.
Thank you, Warden. Through you, I want to invite all my colleagues on this council to our Carrot Fest this weekend, and also request and invite the residents of Simcoe County to come enjoy the Carrot Fest and see what Bradford is. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Norcross.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to invite all the members here. Information will be coming out very, very shortly, but there will be a presentation at AMO for the Canada North and the Simcoe County Auto Mayors Association that we will be presenting to all the member municipalities, or hopefully they'll come visit us. But the EDC department is very, very close to nailing it all down, but we'll make sure we get out to you as quick as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cox.
Hi there. I'd just like to also ask for your support if you're in the rural caucus. Our Director of Public Works, Derek Burke, is running for the rural caucus, and Mr. Burkett and I will be out campaigning for them, for him. But thank you very much.
I will watch for you there. Any other announcements? I'm not seeing any, so I'll look for the confirmatory bylaw. Councillor Norcross, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Chair Evans, that bylaw 7193-26 be enacted as a bylaw of the County of Simcoe.
All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And lastly, our adjournment that the August 11th, 2026 meeting of the County Council be adjourned at 1:09. Moved by Councillor McDonald, second by Councillor Measures. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Our next meeting is Tuesday, September the 8th. We'll see you here. Thank you.